I'm Yonho Kim. I'm the director of the GW Institute for Korean Studies and Korea Foundation Associate Professor of History, International Affairs, and East Asian Languages and Literatures. Welcome to our fourth annual North Korea Economic Forum. We're very delighted to have this forum in hybrid format this year. The past 2 years, we did it virtually, but it's so great to have our audience here present in our venue. From the second annual North Korea Economic Forum, we began the publication series. So North Korea Economic Forum policy and research paper series based on the papers presented at the forum. And this year, this is going to be our third publication, which will be based on the conference papers that will be presented today. And we are very much looking forward to be publishing them later this year. Well, first, I would like to thank our sponsor. We could not have prepared the forum without our sponsor. I would like to thank the KDI School of Public Policy and Management for their generous support. And I would like to also thank our distinguished speakers, Dean ALYSSA AYRES, Dean JONG-IL, Ambassador Robert King, and our GW Chair, Bill Brown, and our presenters, discussants, and moderators for joining this year's forum. Without them, we could not have hosted today's hybrid event. And my special thanks to the North Korea Economic Forum Steering Committee, Bill Brown, Bill NEWCOMB, Troy Stangarone, Rachel Lee, and Yonho Kim for helping with coming up with this year's theme, understanding markets in North Korea, reforms, narcotics, and human rights. And finally, but not least, I would like to thank our staff. I would like to thank Program Manager Sean Dolan, and although she left us about a week ago, Program Assistant Kim Estoke, who's done most of the coordination part for this conference, for this forum. And also our staff in our Asian Studies Suite, Program Coordinator Adam Bubanich from Sigurd Center, and also Jess Highland, our Program Finance Research Associate, Jess Highland, and also student assistants. So everyone who've helped to make this forum possible. All right, so without further ado, I would like to first introduce our honorable guest speakers to give their congratulatory remarks. I would like to first introduce the Dean AYRES of the Elliott School of International Affairs at George Washington University. Dean AYRES is a foreign policy practitioner and award-winning author with senior experience in the government, nonprofit, and private sectors. From 2013 to 21, she was senior fellow for India, Pakistan, and South Asia at the Council on Foreign Relations, where she remains an adjunct senior fellow. Her work focuses primarily on India's role in the world and on US relations with South Asia in the larger Indo-Pacific. Her book about India's rise on the world stage, Our Time Has Come, How India is Making Its Peace in the World, was published in 2018. Her current book project, tentatively titled Bright Lights, Biggest Cities, The Urban Challenge to India's Future, examines India's urban transformation and its international implications. The book is currently under contract with Oxford University Press, and from 2010 to 2013, Dean AYRES served as Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for South Asia. She received an AB from Harvard College, an MA and PhD from the University of Chicago. Please join me in welcoming Dean AYRES.
Thank you, Professor Kim, and thank you, and thank to Yonho for all the work that's gone into putting together this North Korean Economic Forum. I'm still relatively new to the Elliott School, I should say. I was able to attend last year was our fourth North Korea Economic Forum. Last year was the third, and it was entirely virtual. So I was able to participate sitting from my computer like the rest of you. And so it really is a wonderful thing to be able to get back to an in-person hybrid experience. We do have many of our speakers today participating virtually, so it is a fully hybrid gathering. Since we launched in 2019, the North Korean Economic Forum here, it's been recognized by North Korea watchers in Washington and beyond as a center for knowledge sharing and network building, both private and public, on the North Korean economy. We are among the more unusual groups with our focus on the North Korean economy in a town where a lot of attention tends to go to the nuclear question and the strategic security questions. Our annual conference, like this, has been providing a unique opportunity to understand the North Korean economy in a holistic way. And as you heard from Professor Kim, this year's conference is going to take a deeper look at North Korea's markets in many perspectives, drawing from different academic disciplines and subject matter specializations, including global trade, illicit activities, and linking that with the importance of human rights. Now, you are all aware of our GW Institute for Korean Studies. We're very proud of all the great work that we call it GWIX, all the great work that GWIX has been doing. In fact, we just in the spring celebrated 5 years of GWIX as an institution here at the Elliott School and at GW. The importance of maintaining a strong level of attention to Korean studies broadly in the policy field in Washington is something that we prioritize. We see GWIX and the policy work that GWIX does as an important component of the third piece of our school's mission, engaging with policy communities in the United States and beyond. We're focused on connecting with and educating future policy leaders who will develop their careers in government, academia, think tanks, media, nonprofit organizations, multilateral organizations, and beyond. So for our role, what we think is important for us here in the nation's capital, we want to continue our cooperation with leading experts on Korea, on North Korea, providing the DC community with a variety of perspectives about the Korean Peninsula. I want to underscore Professor Kim's thanks to KDI School of Public Policy and Management, co-sponsor of this conference, for their support, their generous support to GWIX that has enabled us to host meaningful Korea-related policy events, as well as to provide a scholarship and stipend support to GW students. We'll also have additional congratulatory remarks from KDIS Dean JONG-IL, but I just want to thank KDIS for their partnership and their support that have allowed us to continue this important focus on North Korea and the North Korean economy, and we look forward to continuing this cooperation in the future. Let me stop there. I will turn things over, I believe, to KDIS Dean JONG-IL, correct? Yeah. Okay, that's going to be a virtual connection. Thank you, everyone, and welcome again.
Thank you, Dean Ayres. Dean Yu is unfortunately not here with us, but he sent us a congratulatory remarks from Korea. So we'll be showing his video. But let me first introduce him. Dr. Jong-Il Yu is the Dean of KDI School of Public Policy and Management. Before taking a professorship at the KDI School of Public Policy and Management, Dean Yu taught at the University of Cambridge, the University of Notre Dame, and East Macon University. He also had visiting professor positions at the University of California, San Diego, and the University of Beijing. Dean Yu is widely published in such areas as economic growth and income distribution, macroeconomic and development policies, and labor issues. He has been active as a policy advisor and served as a member of the Presidential Committee on Northeast Asia Economic Hub and chaired the Special Committee on Economic Democracy of the Democratic Party. He also served as a member of the Public Funds Management Committee, the Advisory Committee for the Constitutional Revision Committee of the National Assembly, and the Committee on Financial Administration Reform. As a leader in the civic movement, he's currently the head of the Knowledge Cooperative for Good Governance, a network of researchers, and the president of Jubilee Bank, an NGO working to help debt-stricken low-income individuals. Dean Yu graduated from Seoul National University and received his PhD in economics from Harvard University. All right.
Dr. ALYSSA AYRES, Dean of the Elliott School, Mr. William Brown, Chair of the North Korea Economic Forum, Ambassador Robert Kim, former Special Envoy, Dr. JISOO Kim, Director of the Institute for Korean Studies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and good evening from Korea. As a host of the first North Korea Economic Forum annual conference, and on behalf of the KDI School of Public Policy and Management, I'd like to warmly welcome each and every one of you. It's a great pleasure and honor to host this conference in partnership with our colleagues from the George Washington Institute for Korean Studies, GWIX, and have the opportunity to meet scholars and experts of North Korea from around the world. But first, let me express my appreciation to Dean ALYSSA AYRES, Mr. William Brown, and other distinguished speakers and participants for their time today. I'm particularly grateful to Dr. Kim for delivering a keynote speech today on a sensitive topic of human rights in North Korea. I very much look forward to his insights and perspectives on this issue, given his experience as a special envoy for North Korean human rights issues. The North Korean Economic Forum is one of the flagship programs of the educational cooperation projects between the KBI School and GWIX. The forum's annual conference has dealt with a wide range of interesting issues on North Korean economy over the past 2 years. This year's topics are really attention-grabbing: market reforms, narcotics trade, and human rights. I'm very curious about what the speakers have to share with us on these critical issues. Probably I'm not alone in feeling quite frustrated by the lack of progress in denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula and normalization of diplomatic and economic relations of North Korea with the outside world. I believe we'll be able to devise more effective ways to engage with North Korea if we understand its affairs better. And that is why this conference is so valuable. Let me conclude by thanking our great partner, the George Washington Institute for Korean Studies, for organizing this conference as ever. Once again, a very warm welcome to all the speakers and participants, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dean Yu. Now, finally, but not least, I would like to introduce our chair of the North Korea Economic Forum at JWIX, Bill Brown. He's a principal of his consulting company, Northeast Asia Economics and Intelligence Advisory. Mr. Brown served a career in the federal government, working as an economist and East Asia specialist at the Central Intelligence Agency, Commerce Department, and National Intelligence Council. At the NIC, he served as Senior Research Fellow for East Asia and as Deputy National Intelligence Officer for Economics. His most recent service was as Senior Advisor to the National Intelligence Manager for East Asia in the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Mr. Brown's research is focused on the North Korean and Chinese economies, and he's widely quoted in national and Korean media, especially with Voice of America. His publications include Money and Markets in North Korea, an unclassified study for the National Intelligence Council, and the Economics of Korean Unification, published by the Council on Foreign Affairs. Please welcome Mr. Brown.
Okay, thanks. And I want to say a special thanks for Yonho Kim and Sean Dolan for helping, doing a lot of work putting this together. It's amazing how much work, how many emails they had to send back and forth. I got them all as a CC, right? Like they're probably 300 emails, maybe 500 emails. Kim Il-sung, anybody remember him? Kim Il-sung in about 1960, I couldn't find the exact quote, but he wrote for Norong Shinmun, something like, farmers' markets are the death knell of socialism. Someday they will be eliminated. Think about that. Farmers' markets are the death knell of socialism. Someday they will be eliminated. You know, he was quite right. Speaking of the DPRK's forever struggle to build a socialist planned system where markets, prices, money, even money would play little or no role. Following Marxist distrust of market prices, especially capital prices, economic decisions were to be all left to the state with little room for efficient, decentralized production, consumption, and distribution. But this never really completely happened. They got close by the 1970s when I started looking at North Korea, and Bill NEWCOMB here too. We were looking at North Korea in the 1970s. They were getting pretty close to a very strong command economy system. But it fell apart in the 80s and the 90s. They had massive famine, destroyed their planned system, really. The problem today, though, that we're going to be looking at is that this old planned system has never really completely gone away. Still resides along with an incipient market system. We might even say planned or policy set prices are the death knell of capitalism. reversing this order of Kim's statement. Someday they will be eliminated. Think about that. North Korea is thus trapped in a hopelessly inefficient dual market plan system with two prices for everything. In this conference, we address that market system, which appears to be evolving, even advancing, but in fits and starts. The death knell is being heard in Pyongyang, I think. But as we study this, we should understand that the planned system still exists. Extraordinarily bad investment and production decisions are the result, a level of inefficiency that this poor country really cannot afford. Another thing I'd like to point out before we advance on to our speakers and our papers, we use this term markets often as a substitute for marketplaces. So markets and marketplaces. I want to point out, though, that there are many different kinds of markets, not just marketplaces. And marketplaces have always existed in Korea. It's an ancient market economy. Little villages have market names to them, markets everywhere in Korea. But these are marketplaces. And if we focus only on the marketplaces, we focus too much on goods trade, merchandise trade. Most very important for markets is labor. Think of labor markets, the market for labor, the market for finance, the market for land, the market for property, service markets, even foreign exchange markets, all different kind of markets sort of moving along, not exactly together. The goods markets in North Korea expanded much more than any of the others. So I'd like to, so our focus here naturally is focusing a lot on goods markets, but I just want to point out that we also need to pay a lot of attention to other kind of markets. And I would argue that for further research, maybe next year, who knows, we should pay a lot of attention to labor markets. The labor markets, and we'll get to this a little bit in our luncheon talk, have huge implications for human rights. Payment of labor, wages instead of rations. It's a huge human rights advantage. It's sort of happening, but it's sort of not happening. I think that area, we should focus a lot of attention on. And of course, capital markets, foreign exchange markets, all of these. Anyway, put on your thinking caps. Be prepared for a good intellectual exercise that can help us understand these forces that are at play in North Korea that will either make or break the country as we know it.
Right. Thank you, Bill. And also for already suggesting next year's theme, labor market. All right. Well, I would like to thank all our audience here in person and also our audience joining us online. And I would also especially thank former Prime Minister of South Korea, Lee Nak-young, for being present here with us and showing his support for today's forum. And I look forward to learning about North Korean reform markets today. And once again, thanks so much for our presenters. I look forward to learning a lot from them today. All right, then without further ado, we'll begin our first session.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Yonho Kim, Associate Director at GW, Institute for Korean Studies, or GWIX. I'm really delighted and honored to introduce our three speakers for the morning session on international views of North Korea's markets. In the interest of time, let me ask you to refer to the bios we posted on our website in the program. Let me just briefly introduce the speakers and discussants during the session. So our first speaker is Justin Hastings, a professor at the University of Sydney in Australia, joining virtually today. His paper is on the market integration in North Korea, and I'll be asking the other two speakers to make presentation one by one, and then ask the discussants to make their comments afterwards. So without further ado, Justin.
Okay. So thanks for having me. I'm sorry I'm not present in person. It's 1 a.m. here in Sydney, so I hope I'm coherent for the entirety of this session. We'll see how I go. So basically, this paper was originally called Market Integration in North Korea. But sort of based on the comments from reviewers, we decided to call it Price Transmission in North Korean Food Markets. And the idea here basically is to basically sort of use market integration as a way of understanding basically how one aspect of how North Korea's markets or North Korea's economy in general might work. So just to give you a general sense about what can we use market integration for, you basically say, look, you can understand the extent to which markets in different cities within a country are economically integrated with each other. If you can understand that, and more specifically, if you understand how fast prices are transmitted between cities within a country, this will help you understand the extent to which there is some kind of fragmentation across the territory of a region or a country that might lead to this market fragmentation, right? So traditionally, market integration in sort of other parts of the world, not North Korea, has been used to look at essentially the effect of political fragmentation or ethnic fragmentation or civil conflict or poor transportation on the internal market of a country. And the idea basically is that the extent to which prices essentially don't follow each other, or the markets don't follow each other within a country, that indicates there's some kind of fragmentation within the country that's holding the country back from being fully integrated domestically. But what market integration allows you to do is to understand the effects of shocks on how integrated markets are within a region or within a country. And these shocks could simply be political boundaries, international borders. It could be conflict, it could be ethnic or other divisions, or it could be some sort of breakdown in informal institutions that might allow people to trade across sort of great distances, or it might be distance or terrain itself, right? And sort of poor transportation, for example, in Africa, is one of the reasons why there tends to be poor market integration in sort of at least many African countries. So North Korea is an interesting case because in some sense it bucks a lot of the trends that many other countries have when it comes to having problems with market integration, right? It has no ethnic fragmentation. In fact, arguably it's the most ethnically homogeneous country in the world. It has no conflict in the way that we would recognize it. But at the same time, there are political barriers to movement and communication. There's obviously a pass system. It's not easy for the average person to travel around North Korea. Even if they're allowed to, the transportation system is generally terrible. Economic infrastructure is pretty bad. And the markets themselves, especially the markets for certain commodities, operate in a legal gray area. All of which sort of mitigate against the idea that markets can be functioning in a really efficient way. So the question in which where I became interested was, well, how quickly are prices transmitted among North Korean food markets? And building on the previous comments, earlier in this conference, food markets are not the only market in North Korea. There are labor markets, there are markets for services, there are markets for other kinds of commodities or goods, but we're not we're not looking at those, we're just looking at specifically at food markets. And we're interested specifically in looking at how fast prices are transmitted between two cities within North Korea, right? And this is based on the idea that barring barriers to trade, barring barriers to movement and communication, the prices between two markets generally within a country or between two markets in general should co-move, right? They should be fairly close together because essentially if there's a need in one city for a given good, if people have the information and they're able to easily move between the two cities, they can simply move the goods to the other city to essentially arbitrage a potential price and potential difference in prices, right? And this means in some sense that they're, assuming an efficient market, there should be one price basically across two cities. And the idea here is we're going to look at basically the difference in prices, between two cities, and look at the extent to which prices, could have a shock that leads to different prices and how long it takes for those prices to come back into alignment, right? And looking at the coefficient row. So if it's closer to -1, this means that there's more market integration. If it's closer to 0, this means there's less market integration. I think perhaps more interestingly for this audience, we sort of came upon this project because we sort of came upon this data, right? Which was daily prices paid for commodities in markets in 5 cities in North Korea, right? For over approximately a 5.5-year period from 2010 to 2016. So at this point, it's sort of historical data to a certain extent, but it is an interesting period in time in North Korean history, right? It sort of encompasses not only the end of Kim Jong-il's reign, but also the beginning of Kim Jong-un's reign, as well as sort of the very beginning of a sanctions regime that might have an effect on food prices. Right, so in this sense, we're interested in sort of what do these prices look like over this 5.5-year period. And we looked at 4 different prices: rice, cabbage, pork, and pollock or fish, across 5 different cities: Pyongyang, Rason, Sinŭiju, Hamhung, and Nampo. And sort of looking at we had daily prices, but sort of daily prices are basically a little bit sort of noisy. So we sort of broke them down into weekly observations on a city commodity pair. And sort of this led us to a number of weekly observations in the hundreds. And I should say that where we actually got this data from was it was collected from Chinese investors who often ran restaurants in each of these cities, sort of sometimes more than one Chinese investor within each of these cities, who largely due to a quirk of North Korea's electrical infrastructure, the fact that there was sort of often no electricity meant they often had to buy food on a fairly regular basis due to lack of refrigeration, right? So from this perspective, we were able to collect what prices they paid for these foods on a daily basis over a relatively long period of time. So here are the 5 cities, under study: Rason, Sinŭiju, Hamhung, Nampo, and Pyongyang. We were interested basically in these dyads, right? We're interested in the 2 border cities, Sinŭiju and Rason. So to what extent were they connected to each other? We're interested in Pyongyang. To what extent is it connected not only to its, what you might call its 2 supply cities, Nampo and Sinŭiju, but also a sort of a non-border city, Hamhung. And then sort of to what extent was Rason at the very edge of the country connected to sort of a city closer to the center, Hamhung, as well as to what extent was Hamhung connected to Nampo, right? And so the idea here is that by getting a variety of cities in different parts of North Korea, we can understand the extent to which either North Korea is a well-integrated country, or there's sort of regional integration, or there's just no integration at all. And sort of we took our hypotheses for how we understand North Korean market integration from generally the literature on market integration, what we would expect in any country that is generally has fragile institutions and poor transportation and sort of barriers to trade within the country, as well as sort of situations where we might have a better understanding of how North Korean politics and North Korea's internal economy works. So the first hypothesis is that, look, generally markets that are farther apart should have slower price transmission than markets that are closer together, right? This seems pretty intuitive. The farther apart you are, obviously the longer it takes for the goods to actually get between cities. And it may also be the case that the people within the cities may have less familiarity with each other than people who live closer together. Second, the speed of price transmission should be lower between border cities than between border cities and non-border cities. And sort of what do we mean by this? Basically, the idea here is that Sinŭiju and Rason, the 2 border cities, are, to the extent that sort of we think about them as integrated, they're integrated with Chinese border cities, right? They're actually closer in some sense to China than they are to the rest of North Korea. And politically, this has always been an issue in North Korea, but also we expect it to sort of show up in the sort of market integration as well. Third, we would say that sort of for Pyongyang itself, we're thinking about, well, where is Pyongyang actually getting its food from, right? Where is it getting its goods from, right? And if we sort of look at sort of the transportation routes and we sort of think about, well, where does Pyongyang actually get its at least internationally provided supplies from? It gets it from the port, Nampo, and from Sinŭiju, which is the main sort of road and rail line between China and Pyongyang, right? And so in this sense, if we're thinking about sort of how integrated these markets are, we would expect price transmission to be faster between Pyongyang and its supply cities than between Pyongyang and the rest of the country, right? And this would allow us to understand whether Pyongyang is in fact in its own bubble, separate from at least other cities in the country, and the extent to which it's not, it would be in a bubble with the cities that are actually supplying it. And finally, sort of, if we're thinking about the actual sort of goods themselves, you know, rice and cabbage and pork and pollock, we could sort of roughly divide them into what you might call staples, which are largely but not wholly domestically produced. Obviously, North Korea still has to import some rice. And then we can think about high value goods, things that, you know, the average North Korean probably can't afford on a regular basis. But, you know, in wealthier cities, they may be able to afford on, you know, more often. Right? In Pyongyang, they probably consume more pork and fish than sort of other people in other parts of the country would. And so we would expect for sort of domestically produced staples, these are sort of used more often. They're sort of transported more often, right? They have, you know, a longer shelf life in some ways. And so you'd expect speed of transmission to be faster in this case, simply because they're traded more and because there are more opportunities for arbitrage if prices do get out of whack relative to sort of less frequently traded goods. Okay, so just to give you an example of what this data actually looks like. This is the weekly food prices for Pyongyang, Hamhung, and Nampo in sort of the four groups across this sort of 5.5-year period. And we can see sort of that, you know, in certain times, you know, the prices track fairly closely, right? And at other times they don't. And in some times it seems like they are tracking, but they're actually tracking with a delay, right, between other cities. And one interesting thing just to note here, which is not really related to market integration as such, but the red line is Pyongyang. And to the extent to which Pyongyang deviates from Hamhung and Nampo, it's largely a deviation because it is not experiencing the sort of the price shocks or the extreme variation volatility in prices that Hamhung and Nampo are experiencing, right? Which is interesting, right? It suggests that there's something that's causing Pyongyang prices to be more stable than in other parts of the country, or at least in these two cities. And you know, to what that is, you know, you can only speculate without, you know, going into other data, going into sort of you know, qualitative data. But it is interesting in that respect. And here we have sort of weekly food prices in Sinuiju and Rason in renminbi, not in North Korean won. And what we see here is, again, you know, in some cases they track, but in general they're not tracking at all, right? They're not really related to each other, except for maybe pork. But you know, the other ones that are, you know, especially the domestically traded, you know, domestically produced goods, are in fact not really tracking at all between Sinuiju and Rason. Okay, so here's the results. You know, I'm not going to sort of go through them in great detail, but you can see that there are sort of wildly varying half-lives, which is the H. You know, in terms of how long it takes for prices to essentially, you know, come together, to adjust based on a shock, right? In some cases, it's very fast, especially in the case of you know, by and large of rice and of cabbage, as we see. In some cases, like certain cities for pork, for pollock, it is a really long time. In some cases, you know, arguably, they're not actually integrated at all, right? So we can see that there actually is variation not only between city dyads, but also within the staples themselves. And so, you know, to close up, what is this, you know, what are the actual results, right, if we were to discuss them? What we come up with by looking at these dyads and then sort of comparing them to the map is that there's basically three, at least in this time period, there are three integrated areas in North Korea. The border cities are possibly integrated with China, but they're not integrated with each other, right? The non-border cities are surprisingly well integrated with each other, right? Which, you know, may indicate that there actually is sort of a means of trading within North Korea as long as you enter Pyongyang. Pyongyang is not particularly well integrated with cities except for the supply cities, right? Which, not surprisingly, are integrated with each other, right? So, you know, this leads to specific findings, right? Generally, markets that are farther apart have slower price transmission than markets that are closer together. So in this sense, North Korea is completely unremarkable, right? But it does suggest, in a way, that transport time and transport costs do have a sort of a negative effect on market integration in North Korea. It is a real barrier to trade to get sort of goods around the country in North Korea. Generally, it also, generally sort of the speed of price transmission is slower between these border cities, but it's actually sort of somewhat faster between the border cities and the non-border cities. So things are moving from the border into the non-border areas. It also suggests that Pyongyang is in fact in a bubble, right? It's in a bubble with its supply cities compared to the rest of the country, right? And so this does suggest that there is something special about Pyongyang that is keeping goods from entering freely between Pyongyang and the rest of the country. And finally, we do find that sort of speed of price transmission is faster for domestically produced staples and high value goods. So in this sense, the market for domestically produced staples is in fact, much more quickly adjusting than for high value goods, which suggests that even within cities that are seemingly disaggregated, there is a way for people to trade fairly well over time. Okay, so in conclusion, overall sort of conclusions from this, at least during the period under study, North Korea was an imperfectly integrated country, right? So there are clearly sort of barriers to trade within the country, North Korea, but there's some integration. It's imperfectly integrated, but it's not completely disaggregated, right? It's not like it's 7 different countries, right? To the extent to which it is integrated is possibly due to formal institutions that would allow trade and movement across distance and across social ties, right? Sort of how do you know if you can trust someone who lives on the other side of the country? It is often due to norms and understandings and sort of reciprocity that are built up over time as a way to know that you can in fact trust someone you're not otherwise doing business with. Finally, and there's some evidence of this, it may be the case that since 2016, North Korea has taken a step backwards, right? The sanctions themselves may have a negative effect on market integration, as well as the COVID border closure, which presumably doesn't just close the border, but also erects barriers within North Korea in terms of movement, which would lead to a pretty steep decrease in the speed of price transmission. So, in some sense, what we really need is new data. What we really need is an understanding about what's going on in North Korea and how sanctions have affected North Korea to understand sort of where North Korea is going from here. Okay, thanks very much.
Next speaker is SUNG-BAE Kim, head of DPRK Cities Research Group at the Sung-Il Institute for Peace and Unification in South Korea. And his paper is on the emergence of an urban rent-seeking regime in North Korea, the case of Pyongyang city. Professor Kim?
I'm SUNG-BAE Kim from Seoul Sung-Il University. I'm Professor Emeritus of Sung-Il University. I worked as professor in Department of Public Administration. Currently, I'm leading the DPRK City Research Group in that institute. This DPRK City Research Group is a research group formed with the government support, government fund. And we are working for 6 years to study North Korean cities. The paper that I presented today is one of the outcome of that research. The title of the paper is The Emergence of Urban Rent-Seeking Regime in North Korea, the case of Pyongyang city. Today's presentation is like this. I will talk about the introduction and the theoretical framework, and then empirically observe the pattern and the policy implication. And also I got some comments from 2 reviewers on my paper. So I will talk a little bit about my response to that review. Basically, this paper is, you can understand it very easily. We are comparing the 2 parts. One is the theoretical part, and then we evaluate those theoretical propositions against the North Korean empirical cases. That's the basic framework of our paper. Okay. The objective of this paper is to analyze the emergence of rent-seeking regime among elite groups in North Korea since the marketization and decentralization of the mid-1990s. And then we will examine some implication of the rent-seeking regime for the North Korean economy and the society. As I explained before, for that purpose, we conducted a case study focusing on three economic activities in Pyongyang: housing construction business, and the petroleum distribution business, and the interregional bus transportation service business. Okay, then the methodology of this paper is we are using pattern matching. As I explained before, we compare the theoretical pattern with the empirically observed pattern. So in order to see whether the two patterns correspond, we kind of derived some theoretical proposition and then compared that theoretical proposition with the empirically observed outcomes. For that purpose, we used the various sources of data, such as existing research result and the original document and the media data and the interview data. Okay, now I want to talk about the theoretical position of this paper. In order to form the theoretical framework, we considered several theories. First one is economic reform in socialism. And then we also consider so-called new property right approach. So that focuses on some kind of property right is a bundle of right. So we examined how the property right in North Korea works. Especially we focusing on the separation of control right and the benefit right. Then we also examine some kind of lack of coordination of a decentralized authority in North Korea. And then another theory is profit seeking and rent seeking, which means the profit seeking is ordinary economic activities, but under specific institutional environment, profit seeking becomes some kind of rent seeking. That is the proposition made by James Buchanan. And then we also examine the impact of rent seeking on national economy and the people's life. For that purpose, we consider the several theories. And also we examine the theory of urban regime theory. So by combining all these theories, we made some proposition for these papers. Main proposition is economic reform in a socialist country can bring about some kind of inadequate institutional environment. This has to do with the separation of the property right, control right, and the benefit right. So as I said before, property right is a bundle of rights. And so if we divide the property right into two different rights, control right and the benefit right, the distribution of right differ depending on the economic system. So for example, on the socialist system, control right and both control right and the benefit right is given to state. So state is working for the benefit of the people. So the benefit right is actually given to private, but still state control the control right for decision making and also the benefit right. But under capitalism, control right and the benefit right is given to private. Even though there is some intervention by government, still the private has the major responsibility to make a decision making for economic issues. So they have a control right, and also the benefit right from those decision making is given to private. But under transition regime, there is a separation of a control right and the benefit right. The control right is given to the state. Still, state exercise the control right. But in actual life, the benefit right is given to private. So That's why there is a separation between control right and the benefit right. But socialist country, they still have the ideology of socialism, which means that because of those ideological position, they do not develop enough institutional environment, institutional condition for the capitalism or market, so that there is some kind of institutional inadequacy in the transitional regime. If we have that kind of the institutional inadequacy, the economic agents' behavior of the self-interest becomes some kind of the rent-seeking regime. That's the major proposition of this paper. And also on the socialist country, normally decentralization is done in order to improve the economic efficiency. But as I said before, there is a separation of the ideological position and the real life. Because of that separation, there is not good mechanism to coordinate those decentralized authority. So that resulted in some kind of institutional inadequacy. As you may know, if we have a fully decentralized in capitalist society, there is some kind of competition among local units. So that competition plays some devices of coordination. But in transition regime, there is not good devices for coordinating those decentralized decision-making. Okay, so as I said, if we have the institutional inadequacy, then people's profit-seeking behavior becomes rent-seeking. In that case, there are several types of rent-seeking. The first type is that when government intervenes, it becomes some kind of rent-seeking. So people try to escape government regulation. So there can be first type of rent-seeking. And also there is a second type of rent-seeking. That rent-seeking occurs when economic agents make an effort to secure a position in which they can access the rent generated by government activities. And also there is a third type of the rent-seeking. It has something to do with the getting favorable treatment from the government, especially in distribution of financial resources of government. So there are the various types of rent-seeking, but normally in socialist countries, we can see two types of rent-seeking, the type 1 and the type 2. Type 3 rent-seeking is basically occurs in capitalist economy or democratic systems. So we cannot examine type 3 rent-seeking activity in socialist countries. Then there is also, we consider the impact of rent-seeking activity. So if you look at the impact of rent-seeking activity, it might be good to distinguish between two different positions. One is a static position, and the second one is dynamic positions. Static position implies that if you consider institutional, the environment is given, then there can be static position. But for the dynamic position, if we consider the institutional change, then we can say that's dynamic position. And there are several theories and propositions regarding static position as well as dynamic position. So considering all this theoretical position, we made several main proposition. The first one is economic reform in socialist country can bring about inadequate institutional condition. And the second one is under inadequate institutional environment. Economic agents to maximize individual interest result in rent-seeking. The other one is rent-seeking coalition among elite group is preponderant and entrenched as a kind of regime. That comes from the urban rent-seeking regime, from Stone's theory. And finally, it is unlikely to be easily improved and will continue to impose burden on the powerless and will become a significant obstacle to economic growth. So this main proposition was evaluated against the North Korean cases. So as you may know, since mid-1990s, there are three things occurred in North Korea. The first one is marketization. Second one is decentralization. Also, because of introduction of a market, the private capitalist called Donju emerged, and the Donju contribute to rent-seeking activities. So this is the picture which shows the interaction of those elite groups in North Korea. As you may see, the elite in North Korea can be the supreme leader, and then central authority and the local government, and also the agencies and enterprise, and also Donju. So this picture shows interaction of those actors. And also this shows in North Korea, we can see two different types of the rent-seeking, type 1 rent-seeking and type 2 rent-seeking. As I explained, the type 3 rent-seeking is normally applied to the capitalistic as well as democratic society. So type 3 doesn't occur in North Korea. Okay. Then this is the explanation about why we call it's a rent-seeking regime instead of a coalition. Regime is much more kind of the stabilized compared to just a coalition. For example, in the coalition, the members can be kind of quit from those coalitions. But under the regime, if there is a change in members, then new members come in those relationships. So that's why the regime is kind of fixed and entrenched. So considering the North Korean cases, we can clearly see the coalition of elite group in North Korea can be kind of regime. And then we examined three case studies: the housing construction business, and the petroleum distribution business, and the interregional bus transportation service business. We selected these three cases based on the sources of rent in North Korea. So we kind of listed several sources of rent in North Korea, and these three business is selected from those lists. So housing construction business has something to do with access right, and the petroleum distribution business is kind of the getting special position from the leaders. And then interregional bus transportation service business has something to do with, this is also related to the first type of rent-seeking activities. Okay, I cannot explain in detail all these case studies. These three cases in our comments by reviewer, there is a question about whether these three cases can be generalized to North Korean economy. But our study is a kind of the qualitative study, which means that the generalizability is not issue in this study. But if you look at carefully all these cases, you can easily expect in North Korea, this kind of behavior might be very preponderant, occurs very easily in North Korea. Okay, so considering these three cases, if we summarize this, the outcome of rent-seeking regime has formed across a wide range of North Korean economy and operate in various forms. Second one is rent-seeking regimes constituent include most North Korean elite groups comprising the supreme leader, central authority, various local administrative unit, and the agencies and enterprises, and the donju. And finally, the rent-seeking regime is highly likely to persist and become entrenched in various areas of North Korean society. Okay, so far what we did is that we compared theoretical proposition against the North Korean cases. And then next one is the policy implication of our research. The policy implication is basically, it is derived from theoretical proposition. So we do not try to find any empirical evidence for this policy implication. There might be another issue, another the research topic. But basically, this policy implication is from those theoretical proposition. For the static view of the impact of rent-seeking regime, there are conflicting views. One is the negative one, and another one is a positive. Positive view has something to do with since we have some kind of economic activity, even though we have rent-seeking, the occurring economic activity in North Korea through the market might help people to get accustomed to market economy, and eventually it might be good for the North Korean society. That might be a positive side. But if you consider the dynamic view, the impact of those rent-seeking regime on North Korean economy is negative. The first one is this rent-seeking is basically some kind of the increasing return to scale, which means if more people involved in rent-seeking, then rent-seeking behavior might be much more preponderant. So it has some negative side. And also if you consider some kind of innovation in economic side, then rent-seeking is clearly put some negative impact on innovative activities. And then finally, if you consider the relationship between economic institution and political institution, the rent-seeking is resulted from very extractive economic institutions. But as you know, as the Acemoglu and James Robinson mentioned, extractive institution resulted from extractive political institutions. So in order to improve the rent-seeking institution in North Korea, what we have to do is changing the political regime in North Korea, but it's almost impossible at this moment, which means those the extractive institution in North Korea will continue in foreseeable futures. So yeah, that's our policy implication. And the next slide shows the comments from reviewer, but I will not go into the detail about those reviews. Thank you.
Our third presenter is Dennis HALPIN, a fellow at the Institute for Korean American Studies. He's going to present his paper on failure of market reform in North Korea in contrast to the Chinese model. Dennis?
Okay, you might wonder why in the title I said failure. I'm sure there's some people who would debate, but that's in terms of looking at what happened in China in comparison. Now, why would I have thought of this? Because in 1995, 6 years after Tiananmen Square, I arrived in Beijing and I served at the US Embassy for 3 years. And I saw the impact of market reform that was being directed from the leadership down on the people of China and on foreign investors and business people coming. I ask you for a moment, some of you are not that old, but to go back 40 years in your mind, if you can. If we go back to about 1980, the world was like not more than bipolar, it was like alternative universes. The Eastern Bloc, which included Eastern Europe, the Soviet Union, China, Vietnam, were beyond the Americans did not go usually as tourists there. They did not do business there. It was totally cut off. I mean, when I decided when I was returning from Peace Corps Korea in '73, I wanted to go to the Soviet Union, I had to contact a Japanese travel agent in Japan. And I went in as an honorary Japanese, one American with 6 Japanese tourists to visit Moscow. So that's where the world was. It was like beyond the pale. Then you had Mao died, which is covered in my book, the end of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, the arrest of the Gang of Four, and the emergence of Deng Xiaoping. And this was a person with the leadership down, gave the orders, I want the 4 modernizations. Modernizations, agriculture, industry, defense, and science and technology. And I first visited China in 1980. There were banners all over the country about the 4 modernizations. Everyone was getting on the same page. And when Deng came to America after normalization relations under Jimmy Carter, here was this little dynamo with the 6-gallon Texas hat. Have you seen the pictures of him? You're too young, some of you, but this little guy went out to Texas with this big cowboy hat. America went berserk. There was like a China fever like you wouldn't believe. Everybody was like, okay, my great aunt was a missionary in China, but no one's been able to visit China for 40 years. What, did you have a relative? Oh, there you go. Okay, he's the proof. But nobody could see the Great Wall, the Forbidden City. There was a flood to go to China. And when Deng made his famous quip of getting rich is glorious, right? Does that sound communist to you? No. Not only did that resonate with the Chinese people, it resonated at Walmart, at Nike. Everybody was like, get me on a plane and get me to China. You cannot, if you didn't live through that era, feel the great impact of the opening of China. And of course, Deng had been one of Mao's advisors, but because he was pushing for reforms, he was purged and sent to the countryside to work. During the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, his son was struggled against at his university in Beijing, pushed out a window and became a paraplegic. So Deng knew exactly what had been going on in China. Now I'd say at the same time, think of this. Here you have China making money, is getting rich is glorious. It doesn't matter if the cat is black or white as long as it catches mice, right? Makes sense. You had in the Soviet Union, Mr. Gorbachev, Glasnost and Perestroika. Here you had the 2 great communist parties at the same time in the 1980s saying, guess what? Centralized economics does not work. It doesn't provide for the livelihood of the people. I remember going in '73 to the gum department store off Red Square in Moscow. The line was around the corner in the morning. I said to our in-tourist guide, why are these people there? And they said, bread goes on sale at 8 o'clock and you better be here early. If you wanted a loaf of bread in the Soviet Union in 1973, you had to go to the gum department store bakery at 5 in the morning and stand in line. So you have these two great powers saying this. And here's North Korea, which has had this extensive relationship since the Korean War with Moscow and Beijing, and maybe playing them off. They see their two great sponsors both rushing toward market opening. I mean, in my paper, I did mention there were statements that came out of North Korea saying, this is impure, this is a violation of socialist principles. There was a lot of skepticism, but this was going on. What happens next? Well, Mr. Gorbachev visits Beijing and the students start demonstrating. And in Berlin, the East Germans start going out through the Czech Republic, Hungary, or over the wall. Now, what did the Soviets always do when they did this? What did they do in Hungary in 1956? What did they do in Czechoslovakia in the Prague Spring in '68? You send in the Red Army tanks, right? Mr. Gorbachev, who just passed away, should be remembered. And of course, Putin didn't want to go to his funeral because Putin is old Russian Empire, xenophobic Putin, right? But Mr. Gorbachev said, I am not going to send troops in to shoot people. So they kept going over the wall until it collapsed. And then, can you imagine? I mean, you young people, I don't know if you can imagine. In 1989, we were all like, what? I'd grown up in a world, and people my age, this was the bipolar world, right? Separate. Suddenly the whole thing fell apart without many people getting killed at all. Like usually when you have great upheavals, you have war, suddenly the Soviet Union collapsed. Suddenly Eastern Europe collapsed. And in China, I want to point out Deng Xiaoping, when push came to shove and the students showed up with the goddess of democracy and Mr. Tankman, you all know Mr. Tankman, right? I mean, Nancy Pelosi went to China about 10 years ago, held up a picture of Tankman and said, who is this? And they said, is that Myanmar, Burma? Chinese students are not taught about this. But when push came to shove, Deng Xiaoping said, we send in the troops. Now he had to adjust course because what did he do? A few years later, of course, old Pappy Bush sent Brent Scowcroft secretly to Beijing to calm things down, which caused great uproar at the time. But basically, Deng did his Southern tour in 91, 92, I believe it was, going to these special economic zones and restarting the opening, because Tiananmen Square was a huge bump in the road. Tiananmen Square is, of course, what the North Koreans fear. I mean, in my paper, I said, and you can debate with me or disagree, the Kim family is not like Deng Xiaoping. Deng Xiaoping gave orders straight down, 4 modernizations, here we go, we're opening, right? In North Korea, it's always, we're opening and then pull back, and then pull back. Because of the fear, South Korea is a much bigger magnet than Taiwan. Are they gonna sit in Beijing and worry about 20 million people in Taiwan being a magnet that'll overthrow the Chinese state? No, they don't worry about that. But if you're sitting in Pyongyang, the prosperity, the consumerism, the DVDs, the K-pop culture. It's all very attractive. I wrote in there about the Jangmadang generation in my paper, the young people who've grown up in North Korea since the markets opened, who have said, well, you know, this doesn't sound right. I've got my secret DVD from South Korea and I'm watching K-pop, or I'm watching these great love scenes from South Korea. And all this Kim family stuff doesn't resonate with a lot of the young people. And they're not living off the public distribution system. I just read this summer the book by Park Young-mi, is that her name? Escape from North Korea, Young Girls Flight to Freedom. And she talks about the collapse of the PDS, the public distribution system, and how it really affected her family. Because you got used to, in North Korea, after the war, the government would give you coupons and you'd have at least a minimum to live until the Great Famine and the arduous march. Suddenly you were on your own, and that wasn't the way. Well, that doesn't feed you, right? That opened up the markets. So there's been a lot going on, and I wrote about Kim Jong-il, the cousin of the Kim family, who I met in North Korea in 1996, and I met him in China. He was in charge of the Committee to Promote External Economic Cooperation, and he set up this big seminar with UNDP in Rajan Songbong in 96 that I attended. And he was pushing market opening. Now, he was making a lot of money with the Chinese too, but the North Korean leadership during the famine felt pressure and they were letting things open up. Then they pulled back and Kim Jong-il was left in the lurch. I mean, some reports say he was executed. We all know the story of Chang Song-taek. And in there, I found out in my research for the paper, 2017, it came out and said when Zhang visited Beijing in 2012, a year before he died, he was the Chinese boy in Pyongyang. They loved him. He was in favor of market opening. And he met all the leadership, but one report was he met with Hu Jintao and said, hey, why don't we think about a coup, get rid of Kim Jong-un and put Kim Jong-nam, his older brother who got poisoned and KL, in power instead. And supposedly Chinese security, the head of Chinese, Zhou Yonggang, the head of Chinese security at the time, had his own back channels to Pyongyang and reported back to Kim Jong-un, hey, your uncle's talking about regime change. You know, I don't know if the story is true, but I found this. And as you can imagine, that did not sit very well. So finally, I'll just say, I took the four examples, the four most prominent examples of attempts at market opening in North Korea. The Kaesong Industrial Complex, it got going. Everyone said it was really working well. Congress, when I was there, was all excited. All these congressional delegations were visiting Kaesong. And then because of North Korea nuclear testing, the Park Geun-hye regime kind of suspended it. And then Moon Jae-in was trying to get it restarted, but it's really not restarted very much, right? From what, and with COVID and everything else. Or you look at the Diamond Mountain, you had the tour groups going from South Korea till that poor unfortunate woman when walking on the beach, and they set a restricted area and a North Korean soldier shot her and killed her, and that kind of brought that to an end. The Rajan Songbong You got the Empire Group from Hong Kong, who were there at the conference when I was there. They did open their casino and hotel, and you have Chinese, or you did for a while, going down to gamble. They love to gamble. Every Chinese delegation we knew who came to Congress would stop in Las Vegas. And you'd say, why? Well, anyway, but Rajan Songbong has not done as well. And then the final example I have in there is the strange case of Shiniju with Mr. Yang Bin, the Chinese Dutch businessman with the flower tulip industry in China. He was picked by, I guess Kim Jong-il read about him, he's rich, had him come to Pyongyang. They said he was called the adopted son-in-law of Kim Jong-il, but they didn't really check with the Chinese when they were doing all this. So the Chinese just swooped in and arrested him in Shenyang in his offices and put him in jail for 8 years. And he never headed Shiniju. And my last congressional staff delegation, 2012, we went to Dandong and we looked at the highway they built that was supposed to go to the Shiniju Special Economic Zone, but it didn't happen. And you'd stand in Dandong at night, there'd be all the lights on the Chinese side. On the Korean side, there'd be the rusty Ferris wheel at some park and this high wall, and it's all darkness. So it was a great contrast. Anyway, you cannot read about all that in the book, but my point was the Kim family vacillates. Their number one goal is regime stability, staying in power, keeping the Kim family business going, sort of like the Sicilianos, right? The people, the Sicilians, the Godfather, right? You keep it going. So when they feel pressure from the public and there's great deprivation, like during the famine, there's some movement toward market opening. But then when things start to open too much, they get afraid of the magnet pull of South Korea, K-pop culture, and they pull back. So I contrasted that with China, where Deng Xiaoping from top down gave the order for opening. And that was the point of the paper, why North Korea is different than China. And part of it has to do with there's not an 100% commitment at the leadership consistent to pursue market opening because of fears of what it will do to the regime. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. I think I must tell you that I almost forgot to pass this 2 minutes left memo to Dennis because it's always a big pleasure to listen to Dennis' storytelling. So today's presentation was not an exception. With that, let me turn it over to our three discussants. First, Bill Brown, the chairman of North Korea Economic Forum at GWIX. Let me ask him to make comments on Justin's paper.
You know, I really love Justin's paper here. Not just Justin, you had a couple other helpers with it. I think someone not used to working on North Korea would look at it and say, oh, kind of course, these markets do these kind of things. But for me, looking at North Korea in this way, looking at price data is just tremendously important. I think for non-economists here, one thing we learn in price theory in graduate school is the information content of a price. A price that's created supply and demand. Now, this could be a wage, it could be an interest rate or a price for a good. That price carries with it a tremendous amount of information that can't easily be corrupted. So I love the idea of looking at prices in North Korea, and I think they've done a really good job with it. One thing that I appreciate especially is the use of this sort of new data set. that I had not seen. I must admit I had not seen. I'm don't do this full time. I'm retired, but I look at a lot at North Korean daily, the NK Daily, in Asia Press data that provide a little bit of price data. It's very consistent. It's good, but it's only for a few items. And they brought in this new data set. It's an intriguing one. I haven't seen the data set itself from Chinese businessmen. But if you think about it, they're doing business in North Korea, or they were, and they're collecting data, on prices. Of course, any business person would do that. And they're collecting that and seeing the prices of goods, food products in North Korea. It's just a fascinating idea. And I really want to congratulate them for doing that. I think there's probably a lot more that could be done with it. Now, those businesses are kind of closed with the coronavirus, but I suspect they'll be back opening again. So we can look forward to more such data. I do have a few questions about it. As I say, the deductions are kind of simplistic, what we would expect, I should say. And that's kind of encouraging. It's encouraging the idea that markets are working. There's one question I have, I guess, is on, and another thing they do very well is describe the mechanisms of trade, of how the transport people connect with the market people and with the government regulatory people and the rent seeking, that we hear about, because they have to buy permissions to travel. So a truck moving from into Pyongyang has to pay, you can call it a bribe or you can call it an easy pass, right? Sometimes I think easy pass is trying to bribe $18 to come into the district. The descriptions of that are very enlightening. Helps a whole lot in describing how these transactions take place. I think that's a very important part of their paper. Couple other questions, though, I have, and these are more in line of further research, I think, certainly not criticisms of their paper. And in a way, their paper is good because it keeps honing to their simple idea. They don't sort of go off in all different tangents the way I might like to do. But one kind of tangent that I would like them to look at. So these are food prices in the period between 2010 and 2016, I think, 2017. During this period, one thing I've constantly maybe overly criticized, but I think I'm kind of right. I've criticized the food aid that's poured into North Korea ever since the famine. Of course, if there's a famine, you provide aid. There's no question about that. But after the famine ended, food aid kept pouring into North Korea up until about 2016, when these sanctions, when the North Koreans started doing their nuclear testing, everybody stopped giving aid. So you have a change in pattern here, where in the early 2010, say, there's a lot of food aid going into North Korea. And I'd like to sort of, my argument has been, okay, you pour food into a country, that sounds good if you're eating. It sounds pretty bad if you're trying to produce the food. If you're a farmer, it's terrible, right? You're dumping food in a country, grain in a country that's trying to produce grain. So imagine what that would happen. At Commerce Department, we would call it dumping, right? An extravagant amount of aid is poured into North Korea, reducing the incentive to produce. I think it's been a terrible thing for North Korea. I think they've been victimized by aid. But this would be sort of a useful test, right? Where you could maybe look at some of these food prices and see if the aid coming in really does lower the price for the supplier. I think that would be an interesting thing to try to look at. Maybe in this period, maybe the prices are not that well enough differentiated. Interesting ideas about luxury goods being, I think they're saying more transmitted, the prices move better. One thing I've always wondered about in North Korea is, fish market is big all over Asia. And, the biggest markets in the world, sort of pure market, would be the Japanese fish market in Tokyo. What's the name of it? The huge fish market. Seoul the same way, Incheon the same way, Busan. Huge fish markets where you have thousands of fishermen, boats coming in, maybe 1 million people going in to buy the fish because they want to buy them fresh, right? And the fish deteriorate very quickly. And so the market has to accommodate this incredible shift every day of 1 million fish getting bought and sold. And the prices have to adjust constantly so that at the end of the day, there's not a whole lot of rotten fish. There is a lot, but less. So something like a fish market is an intriguing thing to follow. And they've done that. They look at the fish market. I think we don't really have enough data yet to see how well that's working, but I think that's a really good idea there. As I mentioned in my opening comments, there are a lot of other markets at play, and Justin mentions them. So I'm intrigued by the transportation, the cost, the market for trucks or suppliers of this stuff. Does that move around a lot? The thing maybe that I'm most uncomfortable with, though, is they look at the price of rice, other staples. They don't mention really it's clear that the government has a hand in the price of rice. It's not unusual, China as well. Even here we have food stamps. Price of a food staple like rice is very often constrained by the government. And so it's not a pure market. And I'm not quite sure here, when you're looking at the price movements of rice, and NK Daily or Asia Press, and even in their data, I'm not sure that they're quite capturing what's going on with the government. The government, North Korean government, has price commission. There's a central price commission. The price commission's all over. And this price commission is really interesting. We're reading Kim Il-sung's works about how he connotes incredible importance to these price commissions, price fixing, and we have them here too. So I'm curious as to how these price fixing mechanisms work, especially for rice. I think the last thing I would say is what I really like about looking at these price movements, and I think they could probably push it forward a little bit, maybe with some more research. Dennis talks about the black and the white, the big divide between the socialist world and the market world back in the 1980s, 70s. Because of that, the West created the World Trade Organization, the WTO, the GATT before that, to sort of separate the two systems of the world. The reason for that is their price system, their fixed price system, doesn't, you can't trade between a fixed price system and a market price system. They corrupt each other, they kill each other, basically. It's not good for either of them. So we created this dual system, the WTO system, and there were about 30 countries in the command economy system, and the rest of them were in the market system. Over time, and the US created a system of tariffs for that, column A, column B. We had very high tariffs on command economies, not because we're spiteful of them, but because we couldn't trust their prices. And they couldn't trust their own prices, so they didn't worry about it. By now, there's only one or maybe two countries left in that column 2 category. Guess who? North Korea at the top of the list. I think Cuba is still in that. But Cuba, I would I don't know if Cuba deserves that or not. North Korea still deserves being on that list because of the fixed price system. I'm thinking, though, that work like that, like Justin is doing here, carefully done and probably trying to get more North Korean help with it, actually. You could probably start to prove that North Korean prices relative prices, say corn and rice, are enough like a market price, like in China or even here, that you could start saying, you know, they're really not a command economy anymore. They have enough of a market mechanism that we can start gradually bringing them into the WTO without a huge hiccup for them. That would make it possible eventually, after sanctions are lifted, for North Korea to engage normally with the US, with other countries. Very important advantage for them to be able to show that. As I say, it's not there yet, but I think this kind of price work, looking at, so I would suggest you take another step and look not just Pyongyang Sinriju prices, but look a little bit more like North Korean prices as relative prices as they compare in the global markets. So we could do it fairly easily with China and see if they're starting to move similarly with the world market. Anyway, a great paper. I really like it. It's diligent work, tough work. It's not so easy to read, but it's great intellectual work. And I think it just requires more research, more investigation.
Thank you, Bill. And let me ask Rachel MINYOUNG Lee to make comments on the second paper by Professor SUNG-BAE Kim. Rachel is joining from Vienna. She is the regional issues manager and senior analyst at the Open Nuclear Network in Austria. MINYOUNG or Rachel?
So this paper explains how a rent-seeking regime developed in the country and the key stakeholders in this regime, applying a range of academic theories to back up their arguments. In doing so, the authors touch on some important themes that need to be explored more in depth as we try to gain a better understanding of key players and drivers in the North Korean economy and how they may impact Kim Jong-un's reform initiatives. Access to reliable information about the key economic actors and the dynamic between these actors in a closed society like North Korea is doubly challenging as it is contingent upon credible defector testimonials. And so for that reason, the highlight of this paper for me is that it includes interesting and detailed case studies of rent-seeking operations in Pyongyang, drawing on the testimonials of defectors known to have had firsthand experience working in construction, oil, and transportation, driven by North Korea's money class and select entities in North Korean party government and military. That said, in terms of how we might continue to build on the study and thresh out some of the key themes addressed in the paper, I would like to raise 3 points. First, in order to better understand rent-seeking behaviors in North Korea and their implications for the country's economy, it would be worth exploring in greater depth the role of the key economic actors, namely the party, the cabinet, and the military, as well as local administrative organs and Donju. Kim Jong-un's key economic reform initiative, known as the Socialist Enterprise Responsibility Management System, or in Korean, 사회주의 책임관리제, has given individual economic units greater freedom across planning, production, and management of resources and profits. And naturally, lower-level economic units have become actors in the North Korean economy, and their role needs to be examined more carefully. The dynamic between some of the key actors, particularly that between the party and the cabinet, or the cabinet and the military, also would be worth exploring further. And this is because these actors and the dynamic between some of these key actors make up the framework within which these rent-seeking behaviors occur. Second, the implications of rent-seeking operations for the North Korean national economy, and by a natural extension of that, Kim Jong-un's reform measures deserve closer examination. The authors have posited that the number and range of actors in the North Korean economy have increased, and that rent-seeking will therefore have negative consequences for the North Korean economy. The correlation between decentralization, specifically giving greater autonomy to individual economic units under Kim Jong-un's Socialist Enterprise Responsibility Management System, and increased rent-seeking behaviors in North Korea merits further research. In this regard, defining the role of each economic actor in the North Korean economy, as I mentioned just earlier, would be useful. Third, Kim Jong-un has waged a battle against corruption and bribery from the early days of his reign and stepped up this fight in recent years. I believe the correlation between this anti-corruption fight and rent-seeking merits closer review. And the questions to ask are, did this anti-corruption battle arise because of an increased number and range of actors in the North Korean economy? Or was Kim Jong-un's main goal removing the deeply rooted vested interests of the party, cabinet, and the military? Or was it both? Or was it some other reason? As the sidebar, I would like to comment on decentralization and economic policymaking in North Korea. Unlike in Kim Jong-il's time, decentralization and delegation of authority were very much products of careful planning under Kim Jong-un. And decentralization has been a hallmark of Kim Jong-un's leadership from the very beginning. And secondly, economic policymaking has become more multifaceted, involving a larger pool of players in Kim Jong-un's time. In Kim Jong-il's time, economic policymaking was more straightforward, involving party or cabinet personnel. But according to pro-North Korea website, Chosun Shinbo, Kim Jong-un has encouraged researchers and academics to contribute to economic policymaking, and field units were also involved in testing out reform initiatives before they were rolled out across the country. That means it has become harder for top-level central authorities to monopolize policymaking and therefore build special relationships with Kim Jong-un that could facilitate rent-seeking behavior. I'm not saying that we should believe everything that North Korean media or Chosun Shinbo say, but I think that's some context that we might want to take into consideration. I would like to conclude by saying that this article is a very insightful study of the application of the rent-seeking framework to North Korea's marketization, and some topics that may be worth closer inspection are, just to sum up what I've said, the role of key economic actors and how they feed into the rent-seeking framework, the implications of rent-seeking operations for the North Korean economy and Kim Jong-un's reform, and the correlation between Kim Jong-un's anti-corruption battle and rent-seeking. And once again, thank you to Dr. Kim and his team for this wonderful paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. I'm happy that this time you don't have to stay after midnight from Vienna. I'd like to just tell everybody that Rachel recently joined the steering committee of the North Korea Economic Forum, and she has been really greatly welcomed by other members. So thank you again for your contribution, Rachel. Last but not least, let me ask Professor Pyongyang Kim, joining virtually from South Korea, Seoul, South Korea, to make comments on Dennis' paper. Professor Kim is with the Seoul National University. And again, thank you for joining us and staying up late at night. Professor Kim.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I read the paper with my great interest, and the paper is very insightful, informative, and great fun to read. If I summarize the main themes of the paper is as follows. The attempts to reform the economy made by Kim Jong-un and Jang Suk-taek failed because of fear of the leadership on instability caused by market reforms. I could not agree more. I think this is a very important point. If we look at the cases of market reforms in Vietnam and China, we find that political changes preceded market reforms. In China, Mao Zedong died and Deng Xiaoping took the power. And after Li Zhuang's death, Doi reform started in Vietnam. But we don't see such kind of political changes in North Korea. This, I think, is the basic departure, from North Korea, why they can't make market reforms as did in China and North Korea. Market reforms are very important. The title of this paper is The Failure of Market Reform. Why is market reform? Because socialism cannot be sustainable. Also, we talk a lot about the nuclear problems in North Korea, but we may have less concern if North Korea takes root to market economy. Entering the system of international trade diminishes the incentive to use nuclear weapons against other countries. So North Korea has to make two reforms. One is to denuclearize. The other one is to launch market reforms. The best one is to have both of them. The worst one is not to have either of them. The middle one is at least one. But North Korea doesn't have any intention, to me, to take such routes. I have several questions about the paper. Actually, I don't have answers. That's why I asked the author of this paper, who has much experience in talking to North Korean reformers and visiting there. The first one is, okay, where did two gentlemen, Kim Jong-il and Jang Sung-taek, get such an idea of reform? I talked to reformers in Czech Republic, Hungary, about 10 years ago. I asked how they prepared for transition to market economy. And an official in Czech Republic says, well, they studied market economy prior to the collapse of the Soviet regime. Experiencing the years of socialism, they found this system would not be sustainable. So they made a kind of a secret group to study on market economy in 1980s, including officials in the government, also the professors and researchers at the research institutes. And so they asked themselves, what should we do if socialism collapses? That's why I said they prepared a kind of a roadmap, okay, to market reforms prior to the collapse of the Soviet Union. The second case was Hungary. I talked to professors there. What kind of ideas did you have before the collapse of the Soviet Union? Well, he said, well, in 1970s, we were able to teach market economics at universities. And I asked how. And he said, well, it was not allowed to teach market economics at universities. But what we did instead is to teach the history of economic thoughts, which includes market economics. And so professors at university taught Samuel Sun, supply, demand, etc. But it seemed that neither Kim Jong-il and Jang Sung-taek had a formal education about market economics. Then my question is, how did they get this idea of reforms? This leads to the second question, whether they have got the full idea of market economy or just a kind of superficial feelings about the success of China in contrast to the failure of North Korea. Just the special economic zones. But as we know, market reform includes not only SEZ, but also privatization of means of production. I don't know whether these two gentlemen had the idea to privatize state-owned enterprises to embrace fully fledged market economies. Also, I wonder whether they have got the ideas about how to implement market reforms. On the basis of my experiences of teaching and visiting Russia and other East European countries, the road to market reform is very, humpy. It's very difficult. I lived in Russia in 1993 and 4 for 1 year, and I saw a lot of failures in market reforms. At that time, before that time, Gaidar became prime minister, but he was sacked by Yeltsin. And a lot of problems and debates, also political struggles, etc. I don't know whether these so-called reformers has such kind of clear ideas about what they need to do to change the economy to market economy. The last point is about times. Well, these two men basically worked in 1990s and until 2000s. Okay. But how about now? But before 2018, Kim Jong-un had implemented a kind of pragmatic economic policies, which contribute to increasing market activities. And Dennis mentioned about marketization. It is in Jang-Madang section. I mentioned about the changes in North Korea because of the Jang-Madang generation, because of marketization. Given this kind of marketization, I wonder whether reforms from below make some changes. At the start, I said, without reforms from the above, from the leadership, it's very difficult to make changes, big changes, from socialism to market economy, as we've seen in China, Vietnam. But North Korea is very unique in that the extent to which marketization is unprecedented. I worked on Russia and Eastern countries in socialism, and I haven't found this kind of the marketization in these economies. And North Korea unique socialism. Given that this marketization is prevalent, is take controls of many kinds of economic activities. Well, I started the failure of two reformers. It failed because the reform was from the middle. Leadership did not agree. Reform from below was not matured. And we found that reform from the above, maybe not yet. Okay. How about reform from below? And Professor Kim SUNG-BAE made an interesting argument about the rent-seeking coalition. If this rent-seeking coalition persists and pushed by a marketization from below, I wonder whether Mr. HALPIN predicts reform from below could be a possibility in changing North Korea's economy from socialism to market economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Kim. I'd like to remind the virtual attendees that the Q&A box is already open and you can start writing your questions in the box. So when you're doing so, please make sure to identify yourself, your name and your affiliation. With that, let me ask the three speakers to respond to the comments they got today. Let me give you 3 minutes each. Justin, did you want to start first?
Okay, thanks for the comments and questions. I'll be brief. What's interesting about it's very, in some sense, we're interested in terms of aid, we're interested in the movement of prices over, a couple of weeks, whereas aid is generally going to be a longer term effect, right? So in some sense, if we know what aid is coming in, maybe even on a monthly basis, we can see what effect that might have on prices. But if we only have the yearly data for food aid, then it becomes a bit more problematic to understand sort of what prices look like and how they're related to sort of food aid that's coming in. It is true. There are markets and other things. One of the things that would be interesting to look at, which we simply don't have the data for, is, well, if there are sort of barriers to transport that change over time, how does that affect prices, right? It would be great to know what prices did, within North Korea as a result of the COVID border closures and the internal COVID closures earlier this year, right? That would tell us a lot about sort of what transport is actually able to do between North Korean cities. I mean, and finally, in terms of the prices and sort of to what extent the government sets them, there's anecdotal data that suggests that the government actually follows the market prices. So it looks like they're setting prices for a lot of things, right? So they don't want to basically set a price that is so at odds with the market that in some sense people just ignore it. So in some sense they actually, to a certain extent, it may be the case that the government is actually following the market with the prices they're setting. Specifically in the case of rice, the rice data we collected was actually from the informal markets, right? So in that sense, this is not prices that are sort of set directly by the government. These are prices that are sort of, if they're manipulated by the government, they're actually manipulated through other means than by direct pricing. Thanks.
Thank you for comment on our paper. And looks like you are the first reviewer that I got from the George Washington University. And you raised the 3 questions. The first one is the dynamics of the actors involved in rent-seeking regime. And actually, we are working on that issue. Our paper didn't specify in detail about the interaction of those actors, and we are working on that, and that's very important issue. And the second question is about the implication of Kim Jong-un's reform measures, especially she mentioned about the socialist enterprise responsibility system, 사회주의 기업 책임관리제. But we have a little different idea that socialist enterprise responsibility system, it looks like a quite decentralized system, but still very limited. So comparing the decentralized system in capitalist economy, the North Korea's social responsibility enterprise system is very limited. So I don't think that has some significant impact on North Korean society. That's our view at this moment. And finally, she also mentioned about the corruption and the bribery, the measure by Kim Jong-un to combat corruption and the bribery. But I think that's temporary. Without changing the institutional environment, even though you can stop temporarily the corruption and the bribery, as long as institutional environment persists, you may have another bribery and the corruptions. So that it is important to change the institutional kind of setting. Otherwise, it might persist. That's our the thought on that issue. There is another question raised by I saw another question.
We can deal with it after this.
Oh, okay, great.
All right, thank you, Professor Kim. Dennis?
Professor Kim, thank you for your comments. I greatly appreciated your bringing up your discussions in the Czech Republic and Hungary, because I think you're exactly right. Asking them how they came about carrying out economic reform. I think it was also important your mentioning of your travels to Russia in the years immediately after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And another area where I did not discuss, but which you brought up, which is very germane, was on Vietnam, because Vietnam is an Asian country, a socialist country, and more proportionately similar to North Korea than China. China's this great, huge behemoth country, but I think the Vietnamese call it Doi Moi. But there again, you have a country, now they don't have the magnet problem that North Korea has with South Korea, because Vietnam won the war and Vietnam is united, so they don't have a fear of an alternative model for economic development like North Korea has with South Korea. But still, your point was very germane, because here you have a socialist country in Asia with many of the same traditions as North Korea, but where you have a leadership that is very focused on market reform in contrast to North Korea. So I think that was extremely valuable to mention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Then let me turn it over to, let me take questions from the floor and virtual attendees. We already have one question from a virtual attendee, Andrew Yeo with the Brookings Institution. A question for Professor SUNG-BAE Kim. Professor Kim's theoretical model focuses almost exclusively on the rent-seeking behavior of the regime and regime actors. Market actors at the bottom who may or may not be connected to the regime also engage in rent-seeking behavior. The regime likely prefers rent-seeking to be limited to those at the top. But if such rent-seeking behavior is prevalent throughout North Korean society, and not just the state, can the informal economy based on rent-seeking behavior and corruption be sustained indefinitely, as suggested in your policy implication? The COVID-19 lockdown has helped keep the status quo in place, but at some point, I assume the regime will need to make limited reforms to give the North Korean economy and economic actors more flexibility.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. And according to the theory we have in the paper, I think without changing the institutional setting, the rent seeking may persist in North Korea. And so especially important part is the changing the political system. As I said, the rent seeking is kind of the behavior which results from the economic institutions, especially the rent seeking is a kind of the very extractive economic institutions. And there are strong connection between political institution and the economic institutions. So the reason why we have very extractive economic institution is political institution is very extractive. So in order to change those economic institutions, what you have to do is you have to change political institutions. Otherwise that persists. So that as long as I understand, in North Korean political system is even different from ordinary socialist system, which means that in socialist country, the party is responsible for many the economic issues. But in North Korea, over the party, there is a suryong. Suryong is responsibility, has responsibility everything. That's very extractive political system. So that without changing that political system, I don't think we can solve the problem of land seeking in North Korea. The only way we can solve the problem is, as Professor Kim mentioned, I think some changes from bottom is necessary. So if we have some changes from bottom, then Suryang will respond to those changes. That's the only way we can have some changes in politics in North Korea. Otherwise, I don't see any other possibilities.
Thank you, Professor Kim. Let me take a question from Bill Newcomb. And the gentleman in the back. Is it Bill Newcomb first?
Oh, well, thank you all very much. I'm Bill Newcomb. I'm a member of the forum. And it really called to mind a lot of things I had not thought about in a long time. First, Justin Hastings' paper. Normally, when we think about prices being set, it's the intersection of supply and demand. And if prices move, it's because one or the other shifted. what Dr. Hastings' paper does, it takes us into what, as a graduate student, I studied as the space economy. It adds distance. It means that things aren't taking place at a spot in time and location, but are spread out. And it means that your solutions are different. And so when I'm looking at the results you got, one thing I'm curious about is what kind of influence the higher income of residents in Pyongyang has on this price formation and the linkages and spread. So perhaps he can get into that or in future. But anyway, I found it an extraordinarily interesting paper. On Dr. Kim's paper, I just have one brief comment. You're looking at rent seeking having negative or positive outcomes, but dynamically, I could see why rent seeking because of socialist constraints has a near-term negative outcome, but a longer-term positive outcome because you're breaking some of the system down. So that's just a thought that I had. And if I can take just a little bit longer with Dennis, because he really triggered the memories. I think people today don't realize the sharp global competition between competing systems of communism and capitalism. I mean, they were holding a lot of their information very, very tightly. It was hard to get. If anyone saw the movie, what was it, Bridge of Spies, where Tom Hanks is engaged in the exchange of spies. He also brought back a graduate student. The guy's name was Frederick Pryor. Frederick Pryor was arrested because he was trying to understand how East Germans conducted their foreign trade. He later wrote a really good book on East European foreign trade, and then another book on comparing Western and communist public finance systems and their contributions to the public. So, all of this was taking place back then. And I just want to thank you for bringing those memories back, Dennis. That was really good. When it comes to reform, Russia, perestroika, glasnost was not ambitious enough, and it came too late, right? When China reformed, anyone who's read Shemu Chao's book about the state of the communist Chinese economy when Deng takes over realizes it was one step from the abyss, right? And that's why they had to do it. That's why they had to be bold, to keep the party in power rather than tumbling over the cliff, right? North Korea faced the same sorts of situation in the 90s, but it was rescued from reform by aid from the West. And then furthermore, it got contributions, as you mentioned, the South Korean, like Kaesong. Kaesong, none of the activities in North Korea were connected to North Korea. So you don't get reform impulses because of that. Kaesong's like a boat floating on a lake. And everybody knows the definition of a boat. It's a wood-lined hole in the water into which you throw money. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Let me go in the reverse order this time. So wonder if Dennis has any response to Bill Brown's comment. Bill Newcomb's comment. Okay, that was really quick. And Professor Kim.
Yeah, he made a very interesting comment. In the paper, we said that in terms of short term, rent seeking either positive or negative. But long term, rent seeking is negative. That's what we said in the paper. But he mentioned in short term, rent seeking might be positive, no, negative. But in the long term, rent seeking is positive. Is that what you said, right? Yeah, that's very interesting. And yeah, I will think about what you said. But in our paper, we said in a reverse way. Yeah.
Thank you. Justin? You want
Yeah, thanks for the question. So in terms of like what kind of influence does Pyongyang residents' higher income have on prices? Well, I mean, what's interesting is, I mean, in some sense, it's first the prices we're getting are literally prices paid by Chinese investors, right? So, you know, we don't know sort of to what extent the Pyongyang residents themselves are paying these prices. But it is true that I think the main effect of living in Pyongyang is not necessarily that you get better prices or you can afford higher prices, although that may be true. It's that you're insulated from price shocks, right? So the government has a vested interest in making sure that Pyongyang residents don't necessarily have problems. And you know, that shows up in the data, right? Sort of even sort of the volatility for other cities is very high, but in Pyongyang it's actually pretty steady. And I think sort of it's that's sort of the main issue. There's probably political reasons why the government has a special interest in making sure that the prices that people pay in Pyongyang are not unaffordable and also relatively predictable.
Thank you. I think we have time for one last question. The gentleman in the back.
I'm Peter Humphrey, intelligence analyst and a former diplomat. A question to help Dr. Hastings stay awake again. Wondering if we can shed any light on the granularity of an individual market. That is to say, to what degree do the authorities price fix consumer goods versus grains versus other foodstuffs? And if in fact there are prices that are fixed, can you then say that the competition within an individual market is based on the quality of the goods, then quality becomes paramount over price? Is it based on who knows the policeman who runs the market and she gets a better table than somebody else? So what are the elements within a market that can serve both the citizens and the corruption of this market system?
Yeah, so I mean, in terms of sorry, can you hear me? My AirPods are failing. So in terms of what can affect the markets, so yeah, I mean, there's a whole bunch of things. I mean, you would assume that the people involved in the markets have to pay the officials in order to operate. They have to price that into the prices they charge to a certain extent. You know, the corruption has a price, functions essentially like a tax. You would assume that sort of at least for certain kinds of goods, you would need to essentially, you know, be involved in this rent seeking. Like I said before, you know, a lot of the sort of enterprises that sell fish, for example, are actually state-owned enterprises or sort of these so-called red hat enterprises that, you know, operate with the permission of at least officials within the state in a way to sell fish either in the markets or to export it. And, you know, so in some sense, yeah, there's a bunch of different factors that go into it. You know, how sort of the prices would be fixed. They could be fixed by, you know, just straight sort of declarations by the state that this is what the price you have to pay. But I think sort of anecdotally we say, well, the state is sometimes following the price rather than trying to fix it. And in that sense, you know, they have to know what the price is going to be. They have to understand sort of that they can't get too far away from what people are willing to pay or able to pay based on supply and demand, or else sort of their sort of signals that they send aren't credible. So in some sense, it's a very complex dance in some ways between what the state does, what people in the market who are buying and selling, and what state officials do to collect rents.
I really enjoy the idea of rent seeking. Remember, rent is, well, it's a different kind of concept, but the important part of your paper is property rights. Dr. Kim, and I've always been curious as to inside North Korea, what is your understanding of property rights when it comes to legal ownership of a residence or a plot of land? I mean, in way back 1946, Kim Il-sung gave the land to the farmers. So each farmer had private land. They took it all away 10 years later. But I'm thinking North Korean farmers must have some thought they own this piece, they used to own this piece of land. Similarly for housing, there seems to be a lot of trade in houses. Well, that can only happen if you have some sort of semi-legal ownership of the house. I'm just wondering what is your thought on North Korean registry of property?
Right. Still, the ownership of land is That's the country. Country has the ownership. But you can have some kind of the right to use right. In socialist country, the people have the use right, not the kind of ownership. So the ownership is different from the capitalist society. So
But how long does the use right last? Is it like a long-term lease or forever?
yeah, something like long-term
year.
lease. 50 years.
50 years?
Mhm. But I need to check, but I think 50 years. Just like the Chinese system and even in Hong Kong.
Hong Kong.
Yeah, similar to that kind of system. So if you separate property right into different elements, then you can analyze the North Korean property market.
But what, I guess my question is for a North Korean farmer family, can they identify a plot of land that they think is theirs as opposed to the collective? Probably not, I guess.
My understanding is the land in agriculture sector and the land in urban sector is different. If land is used for production purpose, then ownership is on the government. But land is for the agriculture or some kind of subsistence, the ownership is given to the individuals.
Or for a residence, maybe, a rural residence.
Rural resident, but still that's for their living, their living. In that case, that yeah, but I need to check.
Okay. I'd like to thank all the speakers and discussants for their excellent presentations and comments, which made this conference very successful so far. And with that, let me conclude our first session, and we're going to have lunch until 12:30 and resume our conference at 12:30 with the keynote speech by Ambassador Robert Kim. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. You can keep having your lunch, but let us start our luncheon speech, keynote speech by Ambassador Robert Kim. Ambassador Robert Kim was Special Envoy for North Korean human rights issues with the rank of Ambassador at the Department of State. He coordinated and promoted U.S. efforts to improve human rights in North Korea, negotiated with senior North Korean officials on humanitarian assistance and other issues, secured the release of an American citizen held in North Korea, and represented the United States at the United Nations in Geneva and New York on North Korea human rights issues. Ambassador Kim is currently a senior advisor to the Korea chair at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, a non-resident distinguished fellow at the Korea Economic Institute of America, and a board member of the Committee for Human Rights in North Korea. Previously, Ambassador Kim was Chief of Staff to Congressman Tom Lantos and Democratic Staff Director for the U.S. House Foreign Affairs Committee, as well as White House Fellow assigned to the staff of the National Security Council in the Jimmy Carter administration. Without further ado, let me ask Ambassador Kim to deliver his keynote speech.
Thanks very much. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today. One of the best known of Martin Luther King's many memorable phrases is, quote, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice." Context of that statement, we tend to think of history and of change and of progress moving in a long path, but ultimately in the right direction. We think of history in terms of centuries, and maybe that's true. But when we're living through the daily pressure of events, today's headlines, we do not necessarily see the bending of the arc in taking us in such a positive direction to a better place. We've lived through the last 3 or 4 years, and it seems to me that history is moving forward in fits and starts, periods of upheaval and turmoil, and not a slow bend in the direction of justice. 3 weeks after Martin Luther King uttered his comment, the speech in which he quoted the moral universe bending toward justice, was delivered here in Washington at the National Cathedral. 3 weeks later, Martin Luther King was shot, standing on the balcony of a motel in Memphis, Tennessee. 2 weeks after Dr. King's death in April of 1968, there was another event that occurred. I came to Washington, and it was shortly after King's death. There were protests, there were riots. I remember driving by the US Capitol, and there were National Guard troops stationed there guarding the Capitol. It was not open to the public, like is pretty much the case today. A month and a half later, in June, I was back in Boston where I was in graduate school. I woke on the morning of June 5th, the radio news that Robert F. Kennedy had been shot and killed moments after he gave a rousing victory speech in Los Angeles after winning the California Democratic primary. 2 months later, in August, I was home in Wyoming, visiting my family before returning to graduate school. My studies at the time were focused on Central Europe, countries and their communist governments that were imposed by Soviet Union following World War II. My doctoral thesis dealt with some of these communist countries in Central Europe. In August of 1988, while I was at home, the Soviet Union and its Warsaw Pact allies carried out a military invasion of Czechoslovakia. Moscow did not approve of the new government in Prague, which was moving in a more genuinely democratic direction. Tanks rolled through the streets of Prague. A new hardline Communist Party leader was imposed on the Czech people. 4 months after the invasion, a 20-year-old Czech university student self-immolated in the center of Prague in Wenceslas Square. A couple of years earlier, I had been at the very spot where he set himself on fire to protest the presence of the Soviet Union. In looking back at those times in 1968, the arc of the moral universe did not seem to be bending toward justice. In my mind, it certainly seemed to be going in the wrong direction. But as I look back on those events 5 decades ago, I do think that maybe in the long run, the arc of justice may be bending in the right direction. The Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, Poland, Romania, Bulgaria are members of the European Union and members of NATO. Although clearly democratic government is weak in some of these countries, particularly Hungary and to some extent the Czech Republic, and some other countries in Central Europe are facing problems. The Russian action against Ukraine has raised the question again of which way the arc of history is bending. One thing that seems clear is that problems come in clusters, and we need to deal with clusters of problems, not one issue at a time. As we think about human rights and what is happening in North Korea, there are a number of things that I think we need to keep in mind as we look at whether the arc of history is bending and what we can do in terms of pushing it in the right direction. The international community has been very much involved in and expressed concern about the problems of human rights in North Korea. And what I'd like to talk about a little bit first is how some of those efforts have proceeded, how they've gone, and we'll talk in terms of the economic consequences of some of the human rights problems that we are going to deal with. One of the things that has been encouraging in the last 2 decades is the role the international community has played in terms of moving North Korea in a more positive direction on the human rights situation. The UN Human Rights Council, since 2004, has appointed a special rapporteur to report on human rights conditions in North Korea. Special rapporteur, by putting the title in French, it gives it more class. And that's particularly important since a lot of what that special rapporteur does is call attention to problems and try to raise consciousness in terms of those issues. Since 2004, we have had 4 special rapporteurs, individuals of high distinction and strong commitment to human rights. Vichit Munterborn, law professor from Thailand who served for the first 6 years from 2004 to 10. Marzuki Darusman of Indonesia, former Attorney General of Indonesia who was involved in imprisoning one of Indonesia's worst military leaders when he was the Attorney General. He played a very important role in terms of dealing with human rights in North Korea. Under his efforts, a commission of inquiry was created. Darusman was followed by Thomas O.J. Quintana, Argentine law professor and prominent human rights attorney. This last summer, a 4th special rapporteur has been appointed by the UN Human Rights Council, Elizabeth Salmon from Peru, and she has played a very important role in terms of continuing the effort with the special rapporteur reporting to the United Nations on human rights conditions in North Korea. The Human Rights Council every March has taken up the question of human rights conditions in North Korea for the last almost 20 years now. In March, there was a report that was presented. There was a resolution criticizing North Korea. In the fall, in October, the last week of October, the UN General Assembly, the 3rd committee, which is composed of all members of the General Assembly, meets and considers, among other issues, the question of North Korean human rights, a report from the special rapporteur. And for the last almost 20 years now, there has been a resolution adopted by the UN General Assembly critical of North Korea's human rights activities. The General Assembly, the UN Human Rights Council, in 6 of the last 8 years, the UN Security Council has discussed North Korea human rights as a threat to international peace and security. The first of these meetings that was held by the Security Council was in December 2014, which was shortly after the creation of the Commission of Inquiry by the UN Human Rights Council to conduct an in-depth inquiry into the human rights conditions in North Korea. That report came up with scathing condemnation of North Korea. It was documented, and it represents probably the best indictment of North Korea's human rights since it's happened. It was an organization of 3 people, former member of the Supreme Court, the High Court of Australia, Marzuki Darusman, former Attorney General of Indonesia, and Sonja Bezerko, who is a prominent human rights activist from Serbia, who was involved in human rights activities during difficulties in Serbia. Those 3 people came through with a scathing report of what the North Koreans had done. This report will mark its 10th anniversary next year. It was created in March of 2013. March 2023 will represent the 10th anniversary of the appearance of that effort. As a result of this report and the discussion that was held in the Security Council, the problems and issues of North Korea's human rights have become a general topic and generally accepted that North Korea has one of the worst human rights record of any country in the world. And that's been fairly well established. The North Koreans have pushed back and claimed otherwise, but the overwhelming information has established that point. In addition to the activities that have been carried out by the United Nations, South Korea and the United States have both given special attention to North Korean human rights issues. In 2004, the US Congress adopted the North Korea Human Rights Act. That legislation was extended in 2008, 2012, 2017. There is currently legislation has to be approved every 4 or 5 years. So if legislation is not renewed, reauthorized, it will no longer be the law of the land. So it's been important to reauthorize that legislation. There is a piece of legislation sitting in the Congress right now, in the House and the Senate. Versions of the bill have been introduced and are considered in the Senate to continue the effort the United States has made in dealing with human rights in North Korea. One of the things the United States has done is create the position of the U.S. Special Envoy for North Korea Human Rights Issues, a position that I held for 7 years excuse me, during the Obama administration. And I regret that I have not been replaced. I don't consider myself irreplaceable, and I have urged on many occasions that the time is that now when we need to fill that position. It is a position that exists. Donald Trump signed the legislation reauthorizing the bill and requiring the appointment of a special envoy. And of course, there was no special envoy appointed. I'm disappointed that Biden has not taken the time to make that appointment as well. South Korea has also created the position of an ambassador for North Korea human rights. That was part of the 2016 South Korean human rights law, North Korea human rights law. And there was an ambassador who was appointed for a couple of years, change in administrations, the position was not filled. Within a couple of months of the inauguration of the new South Korean president, the new South Korean ambassador for North Korea human rights has been appointed. She was in Washington last week, and progress is being made in terms of something going on in that direction. What I'd like to talk about in the context of human rights in North Korea is the recent upheaval that we have faced, not just in North Korea, but the rest of the world, dealing with the problems of COVID and other things, and consider how that has made the responsibility of dealing with human rights in North Korea more complicated. We're now approaching the 3rd year of the COVID pandemic that's thrown most countries into upheaval. We've made significant progress in the United States and a number of other areas. We're not through the problem yet. Over 625 million people worldwide have been confirmed with the disease. 7 million deaths at least have occurred worldwide from the COVID pandemic. This underestimates the problem because the lack of testing in many countries. In the United States, estimates are that over 100 million Americans have been infected with the COVID pandemic. almost a third of Americans. Over 1 million Americans have died from COVID thus far. The impact in North Korea is not really very well known. We have limited knowledge about what conditions are in North Korea. It's got a fragile medical system. Draconian measures have been taken by the government to prevent the spread of COVID. Borders have been closed. Borders are more tightly closed in North Korea now than at any time since they've attempted to control their borders more closely. Foreign visitors are no longer permitted in North Korea. We have a real lack of information about what's going on in North Korea in terms of COVID, but in terms of everything else that's happening in North Korea, because COVID has provided the reason and a justification for limiting access. Virtually no foreigners are now being allowed to go into and out of North Korea. Many countries who have diplomatic relations with North Korea no longer have diplomatic staff there because of the difficulty. I remember one of the more interesting articles talking about this problem was a group of Russian diplomats who were leaving Pyongyang, and literally they were pushing their luggage on carts across the bridge from North Korea to Russia to get their equipment and their children and so forth out of the country. There aren't many foreigners in North Korea. There never were a lot. There are a lot fewer now than there were before. Furthermore, the borders have been tightened. North Korea's borders were always tight. It was always difficult getting into North Korea. But there were ways that individuals could leave North Korea, cross the border, go to China. That has become much more difficult. One of the most interesting things is the decline in refugees getting out of North Korea. Most of the refugees who leave the North go to South Korea. And we have accurate records beginning about the year 2000 of the number of refugees reaching South Korea from North Korea. The peak was in 2011 when there were 2,700 North Korean refugees who left North Korea, were able to make it out, and were successful in getting to South Korea. In the period 2012 to 2016, about 1,500 people annually were going from North Korea and reaching South Korea. The 2017 to 19, about 1,100 people, 1,100 people were making it into North Korea, from North Korea into South Korea. 2020, the first year of the COVID pandemic, 229 refugees were able to leave North Korea and reach South Korea. 2021, 63. So far this year, and we're now through the first 3 quarters, 42 refugees from North Korea have made it to South Korea. There are very few who come to the United States. There are a few more to Europe. So basically, this tells you how tightly closed those borders in North Korea are. This makes it very difficult for us to understand what's going on in North Korea. One of the most important sources of information about life in North Korea are the refugees who come out. They're interviewed extensively in South Korea. Others are permitted to talk with them and find out. But we're able to get good information about what life on the ground is like in North Korea. We're not getting that information. We're having far, far less information available about what's going on. North Korea was a black hole. It's a much deeper black hole now as a result of what's been going on. This is the effect of COVID. We also have other issues that are affecting what happens in North Korea and what happens in terms of human rights. The Russian invasion of Ukraine is not directly involved with North Korea, It's been underway now for 7 months, but it has had an impact. One of the things that has happened is there is a greater polarization. Sweden and Finland, two countries that maintain neutrality toward the Soviet Union, toward Russia, have both applied to become members of NATO, and they have been accepted as members of NATO. This is a major shift in terms of the direction we were headed, which was towards a more open system. It represents a significant change. We've had energy impacts as a result of the Ukraine war. There are problems because Europe is heavily dependent on energy imports from Russia, and there is a definite disadvantage to continuing energy imports from Russia. On the other hand, there aren't a lot of other sources available, particularly when the Saudis announced they're cutting amounts there. The result is that these energy and economic impacts are having worldwide implications. Difficulties in terms of trying to cooperate to deal with the problem of North Korea's nuclear weapons and missiles. North Korea has as allies both the Russians and the Chinese. But in the Security Council in the past, Russia and China have been concerned about nuclear weapons of North Korea and whether North Korea was being responsible, and they were supportive of UN economic sanctions against North Korea because of its nuclear weapons program. What's going to happen now? It's not clear. It's very clear that the United States and the other permanent members of the Security Council, Britain and France, have been anxious and in terms of tightening the sanctions against North Korea because of its nuclear weapons program. What will happen when North Korea tests its next nuclear weapon, which is expected relatively soon? At least that's what one hears in the newspapers. Are China and Russia going to be willing to continue to impose sanctions? As you know, 90% of the imports that reach North Korea are either from China or come through China to get to North Korea. Without Chinese support, we're going to have difficulty in terms of dealing with the problems of North Korea. We're also facing greater difficulties in Asia because of what's going on with China. China is becoming more aggressive. Its recent actions in taking over Hong Kong in violation of treaty agreements with the United Kingdom. There are more aggressive claims and military actions in South China Sea. They have asserted stronger claims over Taiwan and taken more aggressive military action around Taiwan. The Speaker of the House made a visit to Taiwan, a major provocation, according to the Chinese. We're now in a situation where Russia and China have been supportive and helpful in terms of dealing with North Korea. They're not likely to be as helpful as they have been in the past, and it's going to be much more complicated in terms of trying to deal with North Korea and its nuclear weapons. We're also encountering in the United States difficulties of our own. Congressional support for action on North Korea human rights has been strong, bipartisan support. The last couple of times the North Korea Human Rights Act has been passed by Congress. It's been passed with a unanimous vote, or it has been passed by voice vote because there are no objections. There are very few things that come out of Congress these days that are unanimous. There are very few things that come out of Congress these days that don't involve harsh political wrangling. The fact that North Korea human rights is still one of those issues is encouraging. I hope that continues to be the case. Living conditions in North Korea have never been great, but with COVID, with the border more tightly closed, the situation in North Korea is likely much more complicated. The new special UN rapporteur on North Korea human rights issues from Elizabeth Salmon from Peru was recently on her first trip to South Korea after her appointment as the special envoy. She was able to meet with a number of defectors. There are only a few, but she was able to meet with a few of those defectors, meet with other North Korean specialists in South Korea. And in her report on her visit, these were some of the comments that she made about concerns that she has. Some of the information on the current situation that I've received has been alarming. I've received information indicating a strong possibility of starvation among the most vulnerable populations. One of the most recent escapees told me that the price of products had gone up by 6 or 7 times by early 2021. And rice from the military reserve has been released to soldiers. With prolonged shutdown of the border, I am worried about what is happening to the 40% of the population who were already food insecure before the COVID-19 outbreak. She also expressed concern about access to health care with the COVID-19 outbreak. I heard from experts that the healthcare system would struggle to cope with a large number of patients. I'm concerned about the lack of medicine available because of a prolonged border closure. I heard that the DPRK is interested in receiving vaccinations, but that this will also require capacity development, including the ability to maintain those vaccinations in the cold chain. The vaccinations have to be kept at a certain temperature. They can't be frozen, they can't be warm. And you have to have a chain that can deliver the vaccine to the country and then see that those vaccines are kept at that right temperature until they are injected. And there has to be a reliable supply of electricity, and that's not available in North Korea. The result is that the conditions are fairly serious in terms of being able to maintain control of the COVID pandemic. One of the things that we don't know is the seriousness of the pandemic in North Korea. The North Koreans have very, very limited capabilities for testing. They will tell you there are X number of cases, but they haven't tested enough people to really give you the right number. We're told that the pandemic is over in North Korea and everything is back to normal. I wouldn't go to the bank on that one. There are problems. We don't know how serious they are, and we're in a situation where we're not likely to get outside information on that. A couple of quick comments on what's happening human rights wise and how that affects markets and the economy. One of the things that's very clear is that one of the benefits of the changes in the economy in North Korea with the development of JONG-IL and the existence of a market system which appears to be under some pressure is that women have come to play a much more important role in the economy. Many of the people who are involved in the markets, the relatively free markets, are women. Men have to show up at work. Women are able to deal with buying and selling in the market, and they've achieved a degree of independence. There are stories, again, stories that are pre-COVID about women who are doing very well in the market. Their husband protects them because he works at his government job in the daytime, but the women make the money working in the market. One of the things that's interesting is that women have become much more independent as a result of the marketization that's taken place in North Korea. 70% of the refugees from North Korea who have gone to South Korea in the last decade are women. It's easier for women to get away. Women, because of their activities in the market and what's going on in the economy, are far more independent and far more willing to do some of the things that take risks that their husbands are unable or unwilling to do. One of the things that is a problem and a continuing problem in North Korea that affects both the state of the economy as well as living conditions there is the problem of lack of information. Information in North Korea is tightly controlled by the government. There were indications in the past that some of these access to information was being made up with foreign radio listening, and particularly with UBS chips. People were able to get outside information. That is increasingly becoming more difficult. The North Koreans are tightening control over information. The tightening of the border has made it more difficult to smuggle sources of information into North Korea. And the result is conditions in North Korea do not appear to be moving in a very positive direction. The arc, the moral arc, may be bending toward justice, but in North Korea right now, it's a very slow bend, if it's bending at all, and it may well be bending in the wrong direction. I'd be interested in your questions. I probably talked way too long, and I'd be interested in your comments or your agreements or disagreements.
Thank you, Ambassador King. Let me take some questions from the floor and the virtual attendees. Again, the question Q&A box is open, so please write your questions with identifying your name and affiliation. The gentleman over in the back first.
Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much for your decades of public service. My name is Michael Kim. I'm here in my personal capacity. I've been to Seoul at the National Assembly there 2000 and 2005. And you've probably heard of the International Parliamentarians Coalition for North Korean Refugees and Human Rights. What a mouthful. But anyway, so thank you very much. And I guess you have a real unique experience. But some of the things I'm wondering is like, I'm glad you mentioned the UN Special Rapporteurs, but there's like more than 20 of them. So I'm wondering if it's like with so many Special Rapporteurs, if something gets lost. And when you were Special Envoy, did you see any differences in like perspective of approaches from your counterparts, let's say whether EU, Sweden, Japan? And also I was just wondering, like, you were saying how Congress is bipartisan when it comes to North Korean human rights, but do you see any differences in perspective or approaches? And then I got the impression, especially during the six-party talks, that like human rights was used to like as a cudgel against the DPRK. I mean, did you feel like when you were the special envoy that they were also like carrots in your approach and in Washington's approach? And I mean, I got the impression also at the six-party talks, human rights was not number 2 or number 3, but further down on the list on the priorities, but perhaps you can correct me. And you don't need to answer any or all of those questions. I'm just putting it out there. Thank you.
Let me say that they're good questions. With regard to the appointment of the Special Rapporteur, there are other Special Rapporteurs that are appointed by the UN Human Rights Council. The UN Human Rights Council is a body of the UN. Not every member of the UN is on the Human Rights Council. There are 47 members. They are elected by groups, so that there are individuals who or countries that sit on the council. They can serve for 3 years and then they have to take a year off before they can be reelected. The United States has been a member very frequently, although there are a couple of administrations, I won't mention which Republicans they were, that did not participate in the UN Human Rights Council, and the United States did not seek membership. We're back on the council. We are a member there. But what the council does is there are a lot of human rights issues. North Korea is one of the worst in terms of the egregiousness of the violations. There are a lot of other issues that need to be focused on. What they do is they have special rapporteurs which have issue areas that they deal with. There's a special rapporteur, for example, for persons with disabilities. There's a special rapporteur who deals with treatment of women. There are very few special rapporteurs for a specific country. You don't have a country with a special rapporteur on its human rights, except you have North Korea and 4 or 5 other countries that are sufficiently serious that they have their own special rapporteur. The other rapporteurs who deal with these issues, for example, the special rapporteur on persons with disabilities, visits all kinds of countries. She, at the request of the North Korea special rapporteur, made a request to visit North Korea. North Korea felt some pressure to respond, and so they did. They invited the woman who was in this position. They showed her around in Pyongyang, didn't allow her out in the countryside. But the North Koreans have made progress in some areas on persons with disabilities. It's an easy one to do. It doesn't have any political content. Human rights is a very different thing. We're talking there about freedom of speech, freedom of religion. We're talking about access to buildings when you're talking about the special rapporteur for North Korea human rights. It's important to continue that process with North Korea because the North Koreans do feel pressure. The fact that they allowed the special rapporteur for persons with disabilities to come to the country is an indication that they felt under some pressure to do it. We need to continue to press. So yes, there are many others. Other countries and what they have done, the US and South Korea, I think, are the only countries that have a single ambassador representative who deals with the North Korea human rights issues. Other countries have human rights advocates, envoys, and I met with a number of them in various places, and we were able to deal with them. European Union is important, and I spent a lot of time dealing with the EU and with EU member states. Some of them have representatives in Pyongyang. They're able to provide a lot of information. We share a common range of values, and the result is it's always helpful to work together, and it's been a useful effort. Democratic and Republican differences, not on human rights in North Korea. There are differences in terms of how we approach human rights in other places. North Korea seems to be one where there's not much difference. Human rights as a cudgel, 6-party talks, no question that human rights is frequently used as a way of trying to get progress on nuclear issues. One of the reasons why the position I held, why the special envoy position was created, was to make sure that there was somebody who was concerned about that particular issue. It's not an issue to trade away for progress on other issues. North Koreans aren't negotiating on that anyway. They're not going to make progress on nuclear issues, and they're not making progress on human rights. So I don't see that that there's that going on. There is a concern about, and I'm not sure whether it's the North Koreans saying this, more likely it's Americans think this, that if you press on human rights, then you're not going to make progress on other issues, and therefore don't press human rights. Our former president, on his first State of the Union speech, gave a, on his first speech in New York at the General Assembly, and this would have been 2017, September 2017, President Trump denounced North Korea in the strongest of terms in his speech there. And it was very, very pointed. and extensive comments. At his first State of the Union speech in January 2018, there was sitting next to Melania Trump in the gallery, a North Korean defector who is now a member of the South Korean parliament, who lost both a leg in escaping from North Korea. And he was there and was given a standing ovation as he held his crutch over his head. Trump spent, 10% of his State of the Union speech denouncing North Korea largely on human rights. 2 months after that speech, there was the suggestion that Trump might want to meet with Kim Jong-un, and the Singapore meeting was underway, and we heard nothing more from human rights from the United States during that time. Had little to do with the North Koreans saying, don't raise this issue, and everything to do with people saying, we want to get the North Koreans to agree with us, therefore we won't press them on human rights. Hanoi indicated that that was not necessarily a particularly good way to go. There is a tendency to say human rights gets in the way and we've got to do the nuclear thing. There's no question the nuclear issue is the most important. I don't see that pressing on human rights issues is something that's going to change that. So that's my view. Go ahead. I'm sorry, way too long a response.
We have one quick question from a virtual attendee. Alex Mulba from Liberia, prospective student of KDI school. This question is this: my concern has to do with the credibility of data collected from refugees from North Korea. Are there any mechanisms put in place for validation of the data?
Because data from refugees is one of the most important sources of information, it tends to be very carefully looked at. And part of the problem, part of the effort to validate the data is to compare it with other people. One of the things that they're very careful about doing is documenting individual with information from certain parts of the country. Refugees, unfortunately, tend to be from largely the border areas. They're closer to the border. It's easier for them to get to the Chinese border and therefore easier for them to get out. But what they try to do is to cross-tab reports from individuals from certain areas to see what, if that coincides with what other people from those same areas are saying. And they also follow up to try to make sure that information is accurate. I've talked to the number of refugees, and I've talked with people who have interviewed refugees and how they go about this process. It's not perfect, but it's certainly a better way of finding out. It is one of the few ways of finding out what information we have.
Thank you. Let me take some questions from the floor. Okay, we have Bill Newcomb.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador King. This is one quick point. The attitude that you expressed about not letting anything interfere with the nuclear negotiations, certainly that was the policy during the Clinton years, as I know personally. And I'm very concerned it's the policy that's now currently in place because we're not seeing anything. But I have a simple question that actually you might have to tiptoe through a political minefield. The defectors and refugees have a very long, difficult, sometimes dangerous journey to freedom. Shouldn't they have a voice themselves in where they locate? We have very few actually in the United States. Canada is sending hundreds back to South Korea since they were automatically granted South Korean citizenship when they finally got into the free world out of China. Obviously, if they wanted to be in South Korea, they would have stayed, right? So now they're in Canada and they're being repatriated. Is that really fair? Should this policy change?
It's a complicated situation. Immigration laws in various countries are a sensitive topic. What the process is when these individuals leave. Most of them leave by crossing the border into China. They then go from China on the best way to get out of China, and Mongolia is no longer a possibility, is to go to basically the southwest corner of China and cross into ultimately to get to Thailand. Some of them go through Laos, some of them go directly to Thailand, but that's basically the route that people take to get out. Once they get to Thailand, the Thais are cooperative with the United States, with South Korea, with other countries who are being helpful to refugees. Each country has different requirements. For the United States, we do not allow someone who has been granted refugee status by another country to then claim refugee status in the United States. If you have been granted refugee status, South Korea, you are not eligible to seek admission to the United States as a refugee. If in Thailand, you say, I want to go to the United States, you are then put in a category that this is a person who wants to go to the US, and therefore they are treated, the US handles the interviews and the negotiations with the individuals and that kind of thing. And then they are sent from Thailand to the United States. If you want to go to South Korea, you designate South Korea as the place you'd like to go, and then they will, the South Koreans will take care to see that you're taken care of. They will make arrangements to fly you directly to South Korea, and then you go through the immigration processing there. The Canadians do exactly what we do. If somebody has received refugee status, North Korean receives refugee status from South Korea and they want to come to the United States, they come to the United States as a permanent resident or as a citizen of South Korea, not as a refugee from North Korea, whatever their previous history was. What creates problems is that the South Koreans are fast. They know what they're doing. They have people there. They have a large, well, back in the days when they had large numbers of refugees, they had a very good, efficient process for handling the North Korean refugees. They interview the people, make sure they are not spies, because there are people who have gone to South Korea and to the United States and other places who are in fact working for the intelligence operation. They go through a questioning process, an investigation, a background check, that kind of thing, and then they're allowed to go. The South Koreans handle that in about 6 months. The United States handles that in about a year or so. Many people who make the decision to go to the United States will become tired of waiting and then will make arrangements to go to South Korea instead. We have very few that have come to the United States. I'd say since 2004 or 2000, when we began the process of admitting South Korean and North Korean refugees, we've only had 100, 150 come here. But it's a tough choice. Remember that these North Koreans are raised to believe that the devil incarnate is the United States. And even though these people are leaving North Korea, they aren't necessarily coming to the United States. South Korea is where most of them go, most of them want to go. Most of them, at least more recently, are people who are joining family members who are already in South Korea. So there is no effort to push people to go to a certain place. Congress is not happy that we get so few refugees who want to come to the United States. We're the best country in the world. Everybody ought to want to come here. And the fact that South Korea or that North Koreans aren't knocking at the door to get in means they must be denied access. It's just, these are North Koreans. They speak, very few of them speak English. They speak Korean. They're at home in South Korea and they quickly can acculturate more quickly. Doesn't mean there aren't problems with refugees, but that's way too long a response. I'm sorry, it's a good question.
Thank you. A lady in the back.
Hi, Sasha LaPonsa, Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission, U.S. House of Representatives Majority. For a little bit of context, 2 weeks ago, the commission held a hearing regarding the impact of sanctions on human rights. And I wondered what your thoughts regarding the effectiveness or ineffectiveness of sanctions on North Korea are on the rights situation.
Thanks very much. I have a warm spot in my heart for the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission. Tom Lantos was the member of Congress that I worked for 20 years. After his death, I wrote the legislation that created the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission. So thank you for what you're doing. Go back and give me your question now. I said nice things about you. I have to have the question again because I didn't write it down. Okay, the impact of sanctions. The problem with sanctions is how do you tailor sanctions to prevent the North Koreans from getting what they need to develop their nuclear and missile programs, but not put pressure on the North Korean people, access to food, access to medicine, access to information, other things that are important for them to have. It would be nice if sanctions could be so carefully balanced and so carefully done that we could do that. The difficulty is North Korea has money that they are willing to spend on missiles and nuclear weapons. They don't want to spend, if there's competition between nuclear weapons and healthcare, nuclear always comes out on top. And so the question becomes, how do you tailor sanctions to make sure you're getting what you want to stop without the other? It's not easy. Rice is something that is fungible. You can sell rice. We don't send, when we were sending humanitarian aid to North Korea, we did not send rice. North Koreans love rice. North Koreans can sell rice very quickly on the world market. And if we were to send rice to North Korea, that rice would be sold on the market and resources would be funneled back into things that we would not like the North Koreans to be doing. We send them corn. Corn you can't sell as well. And so we would send corn and other things. It's very tough. One of the things you have to do is, look at the sanctions and make sure you're focused with the sanctions and adjust them. Most of the time, you don't have the ability to do the adjustments in sanctions to make them effective because you have a resolution that everybody has agreed to in the Security Council and it's voted on. And then if you want to say, well, I want to tweak these 3 words, it opens up the whole package again to renegotiate with the Russians, the Chinese, and with the other members of the Security Council. It is a problem. It's not an easy one. We try to work on it. We try to do it in ways that we can do it. US sanctions are even more strict than the sanctions imposed by the Security Council, but US assistance to North Korea is very limited and there's not a lot of stuff that goes. There are a lot of humanitarian groups in the United States who, in the past at least, were involved in providing help to North Korea. We've tried to work with those groups in tailoring US sanctions to make sure that we will allow medical equipment they need, but not other problems. So not an easy question and one that we're very sensitive about.
Thank you. I wish we have another 30 minutes to take all the questions from the floor, but we have run out of time. Please join me thanking Ambassador Kim for his excellent speech. So let us start the second session. The speakers, please come up and have your seats.
Get started. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Jenny Town. I'm a senior fellow at the Stimson Center and director of our 38 North program. It's great to join you all today, and thank you to GW for inviting me to be part of this panel. Sorry to have missed this morning's discussions. I'm sure they were very informative. I just got back from Hawaii, so I'm still dealing with the jet lag of all of that. But we have a great afternoon lined up for you to talk about North Korea's global narcotics trade and trade with the UK. There's always active discussion and debate about the effectiveness of sanctions on North Korea. And while I think there is a consensus that it does impose costs on North Korea in the form of limiting its ability to engage in trade, that seems to be a cost the North Koreans have demonstrated a willingness to shoulder, and have become increasingly adept at mitigating those effects through illicit means. And certainly finding plenty of partners along the way to help them in evading an increasingly tight sanctions regime. So we have 4 excellent panelists today to help us better understand these dynamics. Their bios are in the packet, so I won't go through them in depth. But our 2 speakers will be Matt Abbott, who's the Director of Government and Diplomatic Programs at the Chicago Council on Global Affairs. He's also a former participant in the National Committee on American Foreign Policy's Emerging Leaders Program for Next Generation Korea Peninsula Specialists, having conducted research on US legislative branch's engagement with North Korea. Our second speaker is Owen Miller. He's a lecturer in Korea Studies at the Department of East Asian Languages and Culture at SOAS and University of London, specializing in social and economic history of modern Korea. And we have 2 great discussants as well. Bill NEWCOMB, a former member of the panel of experts and former chair of this North Korea Economic Forum. And he's also a fellow at the C4ADS and the National Committee on North Korea, with a long history inside US government, including states INR, Treasury, CIA, and just focused on China, North Korea, and Vietnam. And Ambassador John Everard, he's the former UK ambassador to North Korea, with a long and distinguished history serving in the British Foreign and Commonwealth Office. He's also a former Pantech Fellow at the Shorenstein Asia Pacific Research Center at Stanford University and author of the book, Only Beautiful Please, discussing his experiences in North Korea. So we have a wealth of knowledge here, and I look forward to the discussion. And with that, Matt, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thanks so much, Jenny. And good afternoon, everyone. I'm honored to be here today, and I'm humbled to share the stage with such distinguished speakers. I want to thank the organizers of the conference as well as the sponsor. Before I begin my presentation, I'd like to note that the views I express today are my own and do not represent any institutional positions of institutions with which I'm affiliated. The topic on which I'll present today is North Korea and the global narcotics trade, and specifically I'll look at the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. First, I want to start with a caveat about the challenges of any academic exploration of this topic. The North Korean government has previously issued denials of being involved in the manufacture or trade of illicit narcotics, and studying the topic often consists of analyzing anecdotal accounts. Relevant data may not exist, or it may be incredibly difficult to obtain. So to set the stage historically, I want to examine some of those anecdotes prior to the COVID-19 pandemic that point to possible evidence that the North Korean government has at various times potentially been involved in the manufacture or trade of illicit narcotics. The North Korean government has a long history of involvement in a variety of illicit activities. While many of these activities are well documented, the production and trafficking of illicit narcotics is less well documented. However, there are still numerous anecdotes, largely through drug seizures or apprehensions abroad, that have given rise to allegations that the North Korean government has also engaged at times in the production or trafficking of illicit narcotics. According to an official at the US Department of State's Bureau for International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs, the mid-1970s were when the trafficking of illicit narcotics by North Korean officials became a significant concern. Many of these anecdotal instances would involve a North Korean employee or of a diplomatic mission or a state enterprise who would be apprehended with illicit drugs by police or border crossing officials. According to UN, Department of State, and DEA reporting, these officials started by buying and selling foreign source illicit drugs. By the mid-1970s, North Korea began cultivating opium poppy domestically. By the mid-1980s, North Korea began refining opium poppy for export. And in the mid-1990s, North Korea began manufacturing and exporting methamphetamine. During these years, the Congressional Research Service noted there are at least 50 documented incidents in more than 20 countries that link North Korea to narcotics trafficking. It is likely that these incidents, like other North Korean illicit activities, are undertaken to generate revenue for the leadership. Several of these high-profile incidents over the years have piqued the interest of researchers and law enforcement officials about the scale and scope of North Korean involvement in the production and trafficking of illicit narcotics. One such incident involved the Pongsu, a North Korean freighter that was seized by Australian authorities in April 2003. The ship was alleged to have 50 kilograms of heroin on board, and another 75 kilograms of heroin were found onshore, close to the port where the ship was seized. While the heroin found on board may not have been produced in North Korea, the fact that the ship was North Korean raised red flags about the nature of the North Korean government's potential involvement in the drug trade. In the years leading up to the COVID-19 pandemic, definitive information about North Korean involvement in the production or trafficking of illicit narcotics remained challenging to obtain, but there were still accounts of the production and consumption of illicit narcotics within North Korea itself. For example, the March 2017 International Narcotics Control Strategy Report produced by the U.S. Department of State's Bureau for International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs further outlines the challenges of collecting information on narcotics and North Korea. And I quote, "The United States' ability to evaluate the drug control situation within North Korea is extremely limited due to the regime's minimal international engagement and ongoing repression of all independent media and civil society. The best available information on the subject continues to come from DPRK refugees, defectors, and media reports from neighboring countries. According to these sources, methamphetamine production and consumption appears to be relatively widespread within North Korea, supplied primarily by independent criminal entrepreneurs." The most recent report of the United Nations panel of experts makes note of evidence that the North Korean government may still be involved in attempting to facilitate illicit narcotics production, though potentially beyond its own borders. The panel was made aware of an anecdote from the film The Mole, Undercover in North Korea, and its report states the mole showed an arms dealer from the DPRK and an individual portrayed by a Danish actor discussing the construction of a facility potentially for the manufacture of methamphetamine and arms from components sourced by or from the DPRK on an island in Lake Victoria in Uganda in 2017. The documentary suggests that the project was never realized. A 2019 article in the New York Times also highlights that domestic production and consumption of methamphetamine was taking place just prior to the pandemic. The article also notes a shift to decentralization of production of methamphetamine. After alleged state-controlled production began to decline in the mid-2000s, there was a surplus of people with the skills to manufacture meth, many of whom created small-scale meth labs and began selling to the local market. The March 2017 International Narcotics Control Strategy Report produced by the US Department of State seems to support the claim that domestic production of methamphetamine has been decentralized. The best available information suggests that most methamphetamine production now takes place in small clandestine laboratories that appear to operate independently of the state, facilitated by bribes. China is the main destination for DPRK traffickers. Unconfirmed media reports have alleged that Chinese authorities have pressed North Korea to crack down on this trade, and Chinese enforcement against cross-border smuggling has intensified in recent years. Perhaps motivated by this pressure, North Korea appears to have increased its own border enforcement since 2015. No methamphetamine of North Korean origin has been detected in Japan for several years, though absence of law enforcement cooperation between North Korea and its neighbors prevents thorough attempts to trace trafficking routes in the region. This decentralization of production and apparent widespread availability of methamphetamine paints a particularly troubling picture of domestic narcotics consumption in North Korea on the eve of the COVID-19 pandemic. The article in the New York Times mentioned several interviews with North Korean defectors in which the defectors spoke of methamphetamine being given as a present. Turning to today, while border closures have brought the movement of people in and out of North Korea largely to a standstill throughout much of the pandemic, they have also proved challenging with information flowing in and out of the country. As such, information about the state of narcotics production, use, and trafficking is even more challenging to obtain than previously. However, some anecdotal information is still available that can help researchers to extrapolate how illicit narcotics production, use, and trafficking have all evolved throughout the pandemic. The Daily NK reported early in the pandemic that a North Korean woman was arrested in Chongqing for the use of illicit narcotics as a therapy for her rheumatoid arthritis. Citing unnamed sources, the report states, quote, "When multiple medicinal therapies proved ineffective as a treatment for her joints, the woman finally turned to Philipon, a methamphetamine. She reportedly used the drug over several years." Another article in Daily NK, also citing an unnamed source, reported that workers from one North Korean province were allegedly arrested for manufacturing and smuggling drugs. The article also noted these alleged arrests came after the adoption of a law of the DPRK on the prevention of drug-related crimes at the 15th plenary meeting of the 14th Standing Committee of the Supreme People's Assembly in 2021. Daily NK also outlines a number of other illicit narcotics-related events during the pandemic in subsequent articles. One article alleges North Korean authorities found a significant amount of methamphetamine in a vehicle traveling from Hamgyong and entering the border region with China. Another article alleges that North Korean officials held lectures in areas bordering China. Finally, yet another article alleges a number of deaths due to illicit narcotics use, particularly as some North Koreans have turned to the illicit narcotics in the face of shortages of illicit medication. I'll now turn to US government actions to address North Korean narcotics production and trafficking. The US government has taken a number of steps over the years to confront allegations of North Korean involvement in illicit narcotics production and trafficking. And one way the US government is currently seeking to identify and disrupt North Korean narcotics trafficking is through the Rewards for Justice program. This program, the US Department of State's National Security Rewards Program, was established by the 1984 Act to Combat International Terrorism. It's administered by the State Department's Bureau of Diplomatic Security, and its mission is to offer rewards to obtain information that protects American lives and US interests and furthers US national security. The website for the Rewards for Justice program outlines that since 1984, Congress has expanded its statutory authorities to offer rewards for information in three broad categories: terrorism, malicious cyber activity, and North Korea. In particular, one area of interest for the information sought about North Korea is that which, quote, disrupts the financial mechanisms of persons or entities engaged in certain activities supporting the North Korean regime. And the program page on North Korea specifically notes that they are seeking information on narcotics trafficking, counterfeiting of goods or currency, and bulk cash smuggling that supports the North Korean government. For this, in addition to information about a wide variety of other illicit activities, tips submitted are eligible for up to a $5 million reward. The inclusion of narcotics trafficking on this page demonstrates the US government still has concerns about the potential for the North Korean government to engage in illicit narcotics trafficking. The US Department of Justice and the US Drug Enforcement Administration have also been active in efforts to combat North Korean narcotics. In November 2013, the US Attorney for the Southern District of New York and the Administrator for the DEA announced that 5 defendants had been arrested in Thailand and extradited to the United States for conspiracy to import North Korean methamphetamine to the United States. Turning now to the potential future evolution of North Korean narcotics production and trafficking. The North Korean government has repeatedly demonstrated its willingness to engage in illicit activity in violation of international laws and norms. And given this information, governments, international organizations, and law enforcement agencies should be vigilant of any potential links to North Korea when investigating narcotics-related incidents. However, much of the ability and willingness of the North Korean government to engage in illicit narcotics production and trafficking in the near term may be tied to travel restrictions and border closures in place. The most recent report of the UN panel of experts acknowledged that licit and illicit trade, including in luxury goods, has largely ceased. Though unstated explicitly, this likely applies to narcotics trafficking as well, given the logistical challenges of moving narcotics to third countries at a time when much cross-border travel is curtailed. However, the North Korean government has historically proven adept at innovative and creative methods to evade sanctions and engage in illicit activity, such as through its continued evasion of limits in trade in oil and coal. Should the government be in a position in which it is having difficulty of obtaining revenue via other means, both licit and illicit, Narcotics production and trafficking is one very real possibility in which the government could engage to generate some of that lost revenue. Yet many of these illicit revenue generating activities have evolved with the realities of the COVID-19 pandemic. North Korean cyber criminals have increasingly been successful at generating revenue through the hacking and cryptocurrency theft. This is one particular area that is likely to continue given the relatively low risks associated with the activity, as opposed to transporting physical goods. As long as there are strict border controls during the pandemic and trade has largely ceased, cybercrime is likely to be a central focus of Pyongyang's illicit activity. And according to a 2021 report from the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, access to drugs has also become simpler than ever, with online sales, and major drug markets on the dark web are now worth some $315 million annually. Contactless drug transactions, such as through the mail, are also on the rise, a trend possibly accelerated by the pandemic. And while this information is not specific to North Korea, these evolving purchasing and delivery methods should be noted, given the North Korean government's historic adaptability and innovative methods to evade sanctions and engage in illicit activity. As such, policymakers and law enforcement officials should be particularly vigilant over Pyongyang's potential use of cyber tools and new technologies should it ever seek to engage more substantially in the trafficking of illicit narcotics. Such tools, if employed, could further complicate efforts to track and disrupt trafficking networks. If and when more cross-border travel resumes in North Korea, government should also be vigilant about North Korean attempts to generate revenue by aiding in narcotics production in third countries. While the anecdote related earlier about, from the UN panel of experts in the mole about North Korean attempts to assist with the construction of a facility in Uganda, potentially for the manufacture of methamphetamine, was ultimately unrealized, it may be evidence of Pyongyang's interest in such activities, at least prior to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. Such anecdotes should be investigated fully, and the outcomes of the investigation should be released publicly so that governments, law enforcement, and the public can be vigilant about other similar attempts in the future. As noted in the 2021 report of the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, data from East and Southeast Asia have indicated that drug use levels and patterns have not substantially changed during the pandemic. Methamphetamine has remained the primary drug of concern in all countries in the sub-region. According to data and trend information from China, the Republic of Korea, and Thailand, it was only during the initial stage of the pandemic that the related mobility restrictions and lockdowns resulted in a decrease in the number of users and offenders due to drug shortages. Once pandemic control measures were relaxed, the use of methamphetamines quickly returned to levels similar to or higher than those in 2019. While not specifically mentioning North Korea, this information is still noteworthy and instructive for studying potential future trends connected to North Korea. It demonstrates the regional marketplace for methamphetamine is alive and well during the pandemic. And given North Korea's past history of methamphetamine production and trafficking, this is potentially concerning. It also further demonstrates that the pandemic travel restrictions did affect the movement of illicit narcotics in the countries studied, further demonstrating that law enforcement should be particularly vigilant about renewed North Korean narcotics trafficking if and when cross-border movement and trade resumes with more regularity. So in conclusion, I again note the challenges of obtaining accurate and timely information about both illicit activity and activity currently taking place within North Korea, though there are still some important conclusions that can be drawn about the state of production, use, and trafficking of illicit narcotics in North Korea. First, North Korean illicit narcotics production, particularly methamphetamine, has likely continued throughout the pandemic, and domestic use of illicit narcotics has also continued, sometimes as a replacement for illicit medication that is unavailable. However, it is important to differentiate that this production seems largely to be kitchen lab grade methamphetamine, as opposed to state-sponsored production of pharmaceutical grade methamphetamine. Next, North Korean trafficking of narcotics across international borders has likely largely ceased, or at least significantly been curtailed during the pandemic. Minimal open source evidence exists of trafficking across international borders, coupled with North Korea's borders remaining largely closed during the pandemic. North Korea could utilize narcotics production and trafficking in the future as a source of revenue, and the technical expertise to produce narcotics is present domestically if devolved at the moment. The North Korean government is adept at utilizing methods for trafficking that would enable it to move narcotics to third countries if desired, and the regional market for methamphetamine is also strong. A more likely scenario is that the state of narcotics production would continue domestic production, with these producers engaging in black market activity to earn revenue for themselves, particularly those near the border with China. This would be more plausible if and when more cross-border activity and trade resumes that is both licit and illicit. While North Korea's nuclear program tends to attract much attention from American policymakers, a better understanding of the current and historical use of illicit means to generate revenue should also be a priority for American policymakers, researchers, and law enforcement officials. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions and comments.
Thanks, Matt, for that comprehensive overview of what we know about North Korea's narcotics trade and what we don't know. And I do wonder in the discussion if we could talk a little bit more also about how hard is it to actually attribute, as it is on the cyber realm, it's difficult to sometimes attribute to a specific country. How hard is it to do that in the narcotics realm? And how do we better address this issue, especially not just of North Korean generated narcotics, but also in third countries, and trying to find and validate those North Korea links. But thank you for a great presentation. Our second presenter is online, Dr. Owen Miller. I hand the floor to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I feel sort of a bit like our paper is somewhat of a kind of outlier at this forum. We're both historians, and this is very much a historical paper. And I'm very grateful to the organizers for bringing us in and letting us come and present something like this here, which is at a forum that's much more directed towards policy and the present day and so on. So we made some attempts to bring this up to date and to bring in some sort of ideas about what it means for today. I'm not sure how successful we were with that, but perhaps people want to discuss a bit about the implications of what's in our paper for today. We can do that in the Q&A. But anyway, I'm grateful that we were given the opportunity even to be the slightly the odd ones out here, I guess. So this is a paper that I've written with my co-author Natalia Matveyeva, and she is also joining online, so she could perhaps answer questions in the Q&A. So let's get started. So this is what I'm going to cover. I will, after the introduction, I'm going to just very briefly look at the overall picture of North Korea's foreign trade in the 60s. And then we'll look at the sort of timeline of what actually happened in terms of UK DPRK trade, economic relations, and then we'll look at some of the debates in Whitehall during the 1960s. So a whole load of context and research questions here. I'm not going to go through and read all of this, but just to say that where we came to this study from was actually really from Natalia discovering that the quantity of documentation that is sitting in the National Archives at Kew in southwest London, and realizing that there was something really to be looked at here, and that obviously we can all agree, I think, probably that the early trading relations of North Korea with the non-communist world are not that well known or studied. And so there was an opportunity to do that. And so I think in this paper, we're going to focus on that source material that comes from Kew, from the National Archives. This is part of how we envisage this is part of a bigger project, which we've already started working on other aspects of it, which will include looking at the trade with the UK more from the DPRK side as far as we can, but using the kinds of materials perhaps that you would find in the Wilson Center in Washington, but which also can be found in the Russian Foreign Ministry archive in Moscow, which can give you a sense of how North Korea and its allies were looking at trade with the UK and other Western European countries. But anyway, that's a sort of a second part of our study. Today, I'm going to be focusing on the documents from the British government side. So the main question here is, how were these approaches from North Korea to the United Kingdom understood and received by the British government, and what kinds of discussions did they evoke within the government? And a secondary question, which I've already alluded to, is you know, how the geopolitical and economic situation has changed now. So in a sense, looking at the situation in the 1960s perhaps brings into relief or brings into focus just how things have changed now 60 years later. So yeah, this is just, I've already really mentioned, this is the kind of sources that we're looking at, but within the National Archive, the folders of materials that we have accessed are from the Foreign Office, as it was called then, from the Board of Trade, from the Cabinet, i.e. that, and that means usually documents related directly to the Prime Minister. And you can see an example of one of these folders on the right-hand side here. And they're big sheafs of documents full of all kinds of different handwritten typescript and so on documents. So, as I said, a brief rundown of the state of North Korea's foreign trade in the 1960s. I'm going to basically ignore and skip over its trade. The majority of North Korea's trade was very much still with the Soviet bloc, the Eastern Bloc, but North Korea was very interested in trading with other countries outside of that bloc, and most obviously Japan, but also with Western European countries, with Canada, and with Australia. And I guess when I talk about, broadly talk about North Korea's trade with Western countries, what it means is Western European countries, Canada and Australia. That's broadly speaking what it means here. So yeah, so this shift really began to occur in the early 1960s and sort of accelerated by geopolitical problems and schisms within the Soviet bloc, the Sino-Soviet split, and as I put it here, North Korea's temporary estrangement from the Soviet Union in the early 1960s, which helped to accelerate North Korea's interest in getting its resources elsewhere and selling some of its own primary resources, usually minerals, elsewhere as well. And so these figures here, very briefly going over there from a study in 1970, and they show how the North Korea's trade with Japan and with Western countries rapidly, quite rapidly increased during the course of the middle part of the 1960s, from 63 to 68. They also interestingly show this phenomenon that that North Korea made a clear trade surplus with Japan because it was selling quite decent quantities of things like iron ore, and it made a very clear trade deficit with Western countries. So to sum this up, what was going on here, I've sort of called this, and I doubt whether I'm original in saying this, but is a kind of triangular trade system that developed between the DPRK, Japan, and Europe, in which the DPRK imported from Europe, Australia, and Canada machinery, mainly machinery from Western Europe, and foodstuffs from Australia and Canada, while exporting very small amounts to those countries. So it ran a big trade deficit with those Western countries. And at the same time, it exported large quantities of iron ore and pig iron to Japan, and ran a very big trade surplus, as you saw on the last slide. And this created a kind of triangular system in which North Korea was able to use this surplus from Japan to pay for its deficit with European countries. That gives you a sense of what's behind North Korea's approaches to the UK. And at the same time, I should say it was making approaches to a whole series of other European countries like France, West Germany, the Netherlands, Austria. Just to run down a few of the things that actually happened during the years of the 1960s. You can see then that really the approaches from North Korea began in earnest in about 1962. And the scene that's described in some of the, I think it's in the Foreign Office papers about what happened, it feels like something a bit from a spy film or something. So some kind of North Korean attaché in Poland approaches someone, a British embassy attaché at the British not at the British embassy, I don't know, a diplomatic event in Poland, in Warsaw, and starts to talk about the possibility of buying ships, trawlers from the UK. So this is the way in which this kind of approaches began, in a quite roundabout way, obviously. I mean, for obvious reasons, in that the two countries did not at that time have any formal relationship, diplomatic relationship. In 1963, there was quite a major event, which is a delegation of businessmen from the UK visited Pyongyang. It is mentioned in the North Korean press. And this was organized by people associated with the 48 Group, which is a lobbying group for trade with China, and the BCPIT, which is another kind of sort of pro-communist lobbying group related to trading with the Eastern Bloc. And this then led to UK businessmen thinking, well, there's some opportunities here, and beginning to lobby the government, the UK government, through their MPs and other means to allow a return delegation of North Korean technical specialists and so on to the UK. And so by 1964, 1965, the two main issues in this developing, well, not yet really a trade relationship, but the sort of embryo of a trading relationship. The two main issues become about visas to allow North Koreans to visit the UK so that they can actually look at what they might be buying, and then ECGD cover, so Export Credit Guarantee Department cover, i.e. Kind of insurance for British businesses doing business or offering credit to North Korean buyers. And then in 1965, the Prime Minister Harold Wilson himself signs off on allowing ECGD cover for trade with North Korea. So essentially, this kind of opens the way for trade, and also visas are granted to North Koreans to visit. Things carry on. There's continued sort of documentation of discussions through the 66, 67, 68 about trade with North Korea, but there don't seem to be any more really major developments. And it seems as though various sort of possibilities of big deals between UK, British companies and North Korean customers, or probably the North Korean state essentially, all those various discussions of big deals did not come to anything during this period, probably for all kinds of reasons, but that's not something that I've really, it's not something we've focused on here. We've focused on the discussions within the government. In fact, another avenue of research here, which would be interesting, and at some point we could pursue, is to actually look at the companies themselves and their own archival materials, if they're extant, about what they did and did not do or tried to do with North Korea. But look, quite a few major British companies were very interested in selling things like entire plants, for example. Okay, so to move on to the actual debates that occurred within Whitehall, and this is mainly limited to the years around about sort of 62 to 65, 66. This is when the most discussion was going on, and there are hundreds of pages of documents in the National Archive relating to this from this period. Oh yeah, this slide. Oh no, I think I just put this slide up because it's a nice picture of the Foreign Office. Okay, so we in the paper we've looked at sort of, we've simplified it and looked at 4 different parties in this kind of debate and this process, right? So first of all, the business lobby, and this, as I said, from at least from late 1963, when there had been this delegation to Pyongyang, but actually probably from a bit earlier, but at least from that time, there was an active business lobby, raising its voice, saying we want to take these opportunities for business from North Korea. And as the quote says here, if we do not take the business from North Korea, competitors definitely will. There was a very strong sense among these business people that other countries in Western Europe, particularly the Netherlands, were really trying to steal a march and get this business from North Korea. And that's what's expressed in this letter to the Board of Trade from a representative of Associated Electrical Industries, basically saying that nobody is suggesting that there can be any guarantee of these deals being obtained for Britain, but that we can't even begin to negotiate this unless you allow the Korean technical people to come to Britain. Unless visas are granted, British manufacturers cannot begin to compete for this business. So that was a point of view from these exporters. And the Board of Trade, who they were writing to, perhaps understandably, was quite sympathetic to this point of view. I mean, as I go on, you will see that the different parties to this within government, quite predictably fall out in the way that you would expect, right? I mean, the Board of Trade is sympathetic to the idea of trade. Trade, it's there, it exists to promote trade, right? The Foreign Office has a rather different view. So the Board of Trade, by this time, by 1964, was saying, there's no reason why we shouldn't grant this cover to North Korea. And there are essentially sort of 3 or 4 arguments that the Board of Trade is making, in line with the kind of arguments that the business lobby was making. One is that why shouldn't North Korea be treated the same as China? Britain was now doing business with China quite successfully, so why shouldn't they also be doing business with another Soviet bloc or Eastern Bloc country? A second was similar to the business lobby. They didn't want to lose out to European competitors. A third one, which they were making quite commonly, was that Britain really needs this. The manufacturing industries in Britain in the early 60s are beginning to suffer. They're in trouble. We need anything. We need anything we can get. And so why would we ever turn down, custom? And behind this, there was a more abstract kind of argument that you come across quite often in these papers, which is that Britain, this is sort of idea, Britain is a trading nation. That's what we do, we trade, and there should not be really, it's almost libertarian view, there shouldn't be any barriers to that. We should just be allowed to trade wherever we want. Yeah, as you can see, this Board of Trade report on providing ECGD cover says, our experience with other bloc countries suggests that North Korea should be a fair risk. Our policy of non-discrimination in trade matters should apply to North Korea as to any other country. Okay, third, the Foreign Office. As I said, the Foreign Office had a much more skeptical point of view, perhaps unsurprisingly. And you could say even more skeptical than the Foreign Office were the actual diplomats stationed in Seoul and in Washington, D.C., who were very, very worried about the idea of this kind of opening up a trade with North Korea and what it would do, I suppose, to the credibility of themselves in their respective capitals where they were stationed. So as it says here in the quotation from the Foreign Office document, the question of ECGD cover for trade with North Korea raises more problems than that of cover for trade with any other country. And of course, as I say, the Foreign Office was most concerned with all the political implications and the reaction to the decision. But the quotation that we've pulled out here is, I just think, is quite telling. It's also, to me, strangely kind of amusing in a strange sort of way that ultimately they decided, when the decision was made to grant ECGD cover for trade with North Korea, that the best policy would basically be to keep this quiet. So Washington, by Washington here, it means the British Embassy in Washington. now seem disposed not to inform the Americans of this change of policy and suggested it might be as well not to tell the ROK government also. Sorry, I can't help slightly chuckling when I read this because it's, but I think that they're being a bit unrealistic in supposing that the ROK will then fail to notice the change. They're clearly on the lookout at the moment for any suggestion of relations with or aid for North Korea. So you can sort of see this push and pull within the British government. We want to trade; it's our right to trade with everyone. On the other hand, we don't want to upset South Korea. We don't want to upset the Americans. But in the end, it was sort of this drive towards trading which won out in this case. As I said earlier, it didn't lead to huge, massive explosion of trade between the UK and the DPRK. It's all more about the principle, really, I guess, than anything else. Finally, just to say something about what actually happened in early 1965, in March 1965, this sort of minute about the granting of ECGD cover was eventually pushed up to the Prime Minister's office. So it was considered, in fact, that important, I suppose, within the government that it should go up to the Prime Minister's office and should be signed off by the Prime Minister, Harold Wilson. Harold Wilson had come in to power in, I think, the previous October in 1964. So there had been a change of government. That, I think, probably has something to do with this. I mean, I'm not saying that it's simply that Harold Wilson decided we should trade with North Korea, but perhaps he found it somewhat easier to say yes. So yes, at this point then in March 1965, Harold Wilson signs off on the proposal, and on this document you can see here, you can see in the top right corner there's a red ink and it says "I agree, HW." Harold Wilson himself agreed to this to approve short and medium term cover for trade with North Korea with a limit of 2 million per annum. Going to come to some conclusions. So just to sort of summarize, I mean, confronted with North Korea's approaches for greater trade in the early 1960s, there were clearly there was a debate that erupted within the government, and there were very clear differences. And I would say here that they fall on this kind of spectrum from the most positive end of the Board of Trade to the most negative end being the diplomats in Seoul and Washington, who were perhaps thinking of the dressing down they might get from local government officials when it was revealed that Britain was going to financially, well, kind of back trade with North Korea. It's something I didn't talk about very much in this presentation, but an important role in pushing for trade was played by pro-China individuals and lobbying groups and people like Roland Berger, many of whom had some kind of communist background, often a bit sort of murky. And the 48 Group, which is still an existing organization in the UK promoting trade with China. So there were ambitious projections at this time in the mid-1960s for trade with DPRK running into millions of pounds, and they were never realized due to all kinds of circumstances. I mean, perhaps part of the background picture to this is the fact that North Korea moved back much closer to the Soviet Union in the mid-late 1960s, and so perhaps was somewhat less interested in trade with Western European countries, but then you also had all of the renewed tensions on the Korean Peninsula as well, which made things more difficult. I also have mentioned here what happened next in the sense of what happened in the 70s and 80s. In the 70s, North Korea did expand its trade with Japan and some Western countries rather rapidly, and then, as everyone knows, I'm sure, faced a big crisis in not being able to pay those the loans that it took out. And it defaulted formally on those loans in 1987, which helped put a stop to much trade with Western countries, although it hasn't entirely put a stop to trade with Western countries. One of the reviewers, one of the peer reviewers for our paper, very helpfully pointed us to the UK government's figures on trade with North Korea for 2021, which show that trade between the two countries ran to £46 million, which I find quite surprising and almost all of that trade is trade in services. Unfortunately, it does not tell you what those services are. I would love to know. I think we concluded in the latest version of our paper by saying that the obstacles to commencing any kind of significant trade between the UK and the DPRK now are considerably greater than they were in the 1960s. I mean, when you think, it's strange, it's ironic in the sense that in the early 1960s, it was only 10 years after, British troops had left the Korean Peninsula from fighting in the Korean War, and yet both countries were prepared to start trade to some extent. But now the obstacles are considerably greater. The entire economic structure of the world, as we know, has changed significantly. The economic structure of the UK, well, what we have left a bit at the moment, is changed rather significantly. And that's one side. On the political side, of course, there are many other obstacles which did not exist then, such as North Korea's nuclear program, the human rights issues which have been discussed already this afternoon, and so on. I could continue listing them, things that everyone knows. So I'll stop there, and I'll hopefully look forward to some interesting questions from the audience. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Owen. That was a really interesting look at the history of trade with the UK, between the UK and North Korea, and I think an interesting juxtaposition of the legal side versus the illicit trade as we're going through a discussion. And I wonder, hopefully in the Q&A too, if maybe you have some insights about how those debates and attitudes in the early years of whether or not to trade with North Korea, how representative they might have been for other European countries as well. Was the UK more forward or more conservative when trying to assess that trade? And hopefully Ambassador Everard can offer maybe some insights as well as more current attitudes towards trade with North Korea. So that brings us to our discussants. Like I said, both come with a wealth of knowledge and experience on these issues. And so I'm really looking forward to hearing what they have to say. So Bill, please.
Thank you all very much. I want to particularly express my thanks to KDI School and the George Washington Institute of Korean Studies for continuing to sponsor the forum conferences. I think they really bring a lot of value. And I'm so glad we're able to do this globally now, virtually, rather than just be restricted to a Washington-based audience where we see many of the same faces all the time. I also want to say what a pleasure it is to be teamed up with Ambassador Everard again, even if it's a virtual collaboration. Now, my remarks are intended to put into context and amplify the points made by Matt in his trace of developments and responses to DPRK narco trafficking. And as he carefully noted, information is sparse in many respects, it's episodic, and it requires an analyst to do a little bit of extrapolation to connect these points. I prepared a few slides to assist with this. It's a mashup. Some are borrowed from my good friend David Asher. Others are taken from screenshots and so forth. I hope you find them interesting. The formatting is obviously not going to be very consistent. Now, the title, my lead, and by the way, I had no prior consultation with Ambassador King about quoting the Honorable Justice Michael Kirby. That particular phrase appeared on page 15 of his submission to the Human Rights Council of his report, a state without parallel in the contemporary world. Why would I start a discussion of narco trafficking with human rights, even though it's part of the title of this subsection? Well, it's really sort of simple, but complex at the same time. North Korea as a state, as a kingdom, or whatever you want to call it, has long followed the policy of criminalizing its elites, its ambassadors, its junior diplomats, its trade and banking officials, those who participated in six-party talks, track 2 talks, and even worse, their sons and daughters have been implicated in furthering the bankrolling of the regime via illicit activities. I covered this briefly in congressional testimony a little bit more than 10 years ago. Sadly, it continues to be the case as far as I can determine. Now, I said I put it in context. Narco trafficking does not exist on its own little island. It's part and parcel of a lot of other illicit activities that go on, often conducted by the same people, utilizing the same transnational criminal groups, destined to the same sorts of outlets. Here we have this example of counterfeiting. You see Supernote there on the left. I don't know if you can tell. Actually, the bottom one's the one that's counterfeit, but the tells are not very obvious. On the right, counterfeit is not restricted just to currency, which actually may include South Korean won, Japanese yen, Chinese RMB, and the euro, which is probably one of the most widely counterfeited currencies around. Unfortunately, only the Supernote has undergone forensic analysis that ties it directly to North Korea. The others, Treasury's never gotten samples that it could use to authenticate. On the right, you have fake pharmaceuticals that they're known to supply. They supplied a lot of these to Japan, as well as drugs used for partying and so forth in clubs. And they also would counterfeit packaging for cigarettes, tax stamps, and so forth. It continues. This is a Supernote circulated in 2006 in Gaza by Hamas. So it has not gone away. This is a fairly recent series. The Treasury calls them, or Secret Service calls them, circulars. Oh, I can't even read that. That's too small for me. This is the counterfeit cigarette trade. And you get an idea of where it's being manufactured and how many sticks and so much and how much it's worth. Actually, this made more money for North Korea than did counterfeiting currency or the narco trafficking. And in addition, it had the advantage of being easily conducted, highly smuggled. There's a lot of smuggling of cigarettes globally, and the penalties are light. So this was a very attractive operation for them. It included North Korea's own domestic production of counterfeit cigarettes, some by the North Korean Army, KPA. Others, in effect, they rented factories to foreigners, like from Taiwan and so forth, to manufacture the cigarettes. Where did this come from? Cigarette companies actually hired investigators and got boots on the ground inside North Korea to collect this data. It includes cigarettes that go into the US. This again was a cigarette company investigation of where counterfeit smokes were showing up. And you see, there are other maps that show the routing, but this shows, and again, the nature of the problem as far as the United States is concerned. Now we get to narcotics. This is methamphetamine that's being trafficked to Japan. In part, it was trafficked on boats that would connect with Japanese fishing vessels offshore and then brought in. Others were brought in by the shipload. You can see the scale, and this is just what's being intercepted, right? There's a lot that's getting through. Japanese police estimated that North Korea was responsible. I've seen estimates as low as 30%, as high as 35%. So I compromise on about a third of the meth market in Japan was being supplied by North Korea. This gives you an example of a container load of meth. This was seized off the Chuxing in Busan. And we're actually quite lucky it got intercepted and seized, because in those years, the South Korean government in Seoul was imitating the Three Monkeys. So we had to go through a couple of hoops to get them to have customs inspect this. And then they even questioned some of it. The recent things that Matt emphasized about what the US was doing to fight narcotics and illicit activities is it kind of omits a step that I was involved in that took place in, oh goodness, too long ago. But it's called the Illicit Activities Initiative. It was started under the Bush administration in 2002. This is part of the US team on board the Pangsu. The fellow on the right is the Australian National Police escort, who was not happy that we got her and fought our way to get on board. Matt mentioned the Pangsu, and it was seized after a 3-day chase by the Australian Navy, brought back to Sydney Harbor, where this is. It was later sunk. Here's another view of it, and there's some of the heroin that was found on shore that was smuggled, 150 kilograms. There were 25 kilograms lost at sea when a boat overturned and one of the couriers drowned. It was packaged as WO Globe brand, which is a Southeast Asia heroin brand. It's branded because it sells better that way. It's known for its quality, consistency, and so forth. But it wasn't. It was counterfeit. So they had a counterfeit label. And then when they went to test the heroin, and Jenny asked this question, when you test drugs, you're not testing the drug, you're testing for its impurities, right? You use gas chromatography and things of that sort, and then you try and geotag where the impurities arise. You compare it with other seizures that have known origins. In this case, it didn't test out as Southeast Asia. It didn't test out as Afghanistan or any other place. It was unidentified, leading everyone to think that this was probably North Korean heroin manufactured from the opium that they had. In around 2005, 2006, although launched earlier, there was a huge case on the East Coast and West Coast called Royal Charm Smoking Dragon. It involved a lot of methamphetamines, supernote, counterfeit cigarettes, and even an attempt to supply missiles, RPGs and so forth when it was taken down. It was FBI led, but it involved all elements of US law enforcement. There were over 100 people indicted. At least 87 got convicted. There also were unindicted co-conspirators in China and in North Korea, which is why I led with that remark about the involvement of the elites and their families. And here's an example of how they would smuggle currency and other things in a container and then put it in false bottoms and so forth. They used toys, anything that would be sort of duty-free was a good candidate for stuffing with contraband. I don't remember if Matt, in this paper, he talks about the Thai case. I don't know if you brought it up today. I didn't think you did. In 2013, 4 guys were arrested in Thailand for trying to smuggle methamphetamine to the US. Included a ragtag bunch of people from different origins, motorcycle gang affiliates and so forth. They were extradited by Thailand to the United States. They were tried and they were convicted. The meth they were trying to sell, they claimed they had 1,000 keys of North Korean meth. It tested out as 98% pure. Most of your kitchen meth, your shabu-shabu, whatever you want to call it, comes out a lot less pure. 98% pure is pharmaceutical grade. They also were willing to establish a meth lab, this case inside North Korea. They made the same offer back during Royal Charm Smoking Dragon. So that just shows you that that even though there is a transition to household production, small lab production, criminal trade in meth, the state retained a hand in having the pure meth available. It doesn't click. There's an example of some of the meth that the Thais seized at that time. Certainly that's not all of it, but it's a pretty representative sample, I think. And it continues. This looks like pretty pure meth to me. This was 2018 in South Korea. Probably using some of the defectors that went in that may have had connections or so forth. It's really hard. I don't know if the South Korean government was able to do a traceback or a follow the money type investigation. And then there's cyber theft, which is where I'm going to conclude, just like Matt concluded. Is this independent or is it connected with all the other kinds of illicit activities? Does cyber theft and the connections they establish enable other kinds of illicit activities, or is it really kept as kind of a standalone where the possibility of getting caught is low, profits are high, to the extent that the US, while it's indicted some people, for the most part is trying to go back and recapture some of the funds. So I'll conclude with this screenshot of a recent New Yorker article on North Korea's hacking army. So they're in this for the long haul. They've trained the people. I'll conclude with the question for Matt, which I don't have an answer to. If during COVID, they continued to manufacture methamphetamine in these kitchen labs and so forth, where are they getting the ephedrine or the pseudoephedrine if the borders are closed? Thank you all very much.
You're amazed. Yeah, thank you, Bill. Those are great comments. And, you know, I think especially the idea of pointing out an example of public-private partnership where commercial interest led to investigations where, you know, states probably couldn't do the same. Interesting. I'd like to turn it over now to Ambassador Everard.
Okay, am I good to go? Okay, firstly, Owen, congratulations on your paper. As you said at the introduction, it's a subject that hasn't really been very much covered. The development of trade between North Korea and the non-socialist bloc in general is badly documented. We're shining a rather dim torch into a very dark room, but I think your paper is a very useful start in that process. I welcome the statement that you have in your paper, that you reiterated in your presentation just now, that this is just a beginning, that you want to look more closely at available Russian sources and at what the Wilson Center can provide. If you're going through the Wilson Center papers, I think you'd find them interesting, not just for what they will tell you about UK DPRK trade, but also about the trade at that time between the DPRK and the Eastern European countries. It would be fascinating to know how far the UK experience is paralleled by the Hungarians, Czechs, Poles, and so on. A few general points. It's striking, as you point out in the paper, that in the 1960s, we were able to conduct a complete debate about trade with North Korea without reference to human rights. If you look at any kind of debate on the subject now, human rights is front and center. Also striking that the debate was conducted without any reference to the idea of using trade to help North Korea open up. In the 1960s, we learn this just wasn't part of the narrative, although of course it's become a big theme since. Indeed, as you point out, in the 1960s, it was the North Koreans who were thinking of using trade as a stepping stone, to quote your paper, towards a greater opening to Western countries. And on this point, I can't resist pointing out as a kind of irony that a bit after the period covered by your paper, into the early 1970s, Sweden decided to offer North Korea considerable loans with which it bought, amongst other things, 1,000 Volvo cars, many of which were still being driven around the streets of Pyongyang when I was there, some engines held together literally by chewing gum. And of course, the North Koreans then found themselves unable to repay that loan. And as a direct result of that, Sweden decided to establish its embassy in Pyongyang. The original idea of the embassy was to get the Swedish money back, so that the trade did lead, in fact, to opening of a sort, though not in the way that advocates of the idea would normally propound. It's intriguing to me that this study seems to give us a glimpse, a tantalizing glimpse of a DPRK that might have been, a DPRK reaching out to the UK, to other Western countries too, trying to trade normally, trying to establish itself as a normal player. And I think it's important to remember that the DPRK in the 1960s was a very different place from the DPRK that we know now. Eastern European diplomats of the time record that you could go out drinking with North Korean colleagues. You could go and have dinner in their apartments, things that would be quite unthinkable in modern Pyongyang. I have a hunch, and it'd be interesting if further research bears this out, that the inflection point in DPRK trade practices comes at about the time of the Kapsan faction incident. In 1967, the attempts by Pak Kun-chol to take over the country with his band of reformers from Kim Il-sung that were ruthlessly suppressed and which ended up with the monolithic ideological structures that Kim Il-sung put in place, which of course were quite antithetical to outreach for trade. A few points more specifically about your paper. You point quite rightly to the tensions between different parts of government over how far trade with North Korea should be supported, with the Board of Trade at the time arguing strongly that it should, that there should be government money put into backing companies who wanted to trade with North Korea. The Foreign Office very worried because of the political ramifications, the spillover into relations with the United States and South Korea, and ECGD itself taking kind of a neutral position. This kind of tension was very common at the time, and well into the 1970s. For any kind of marginal market, you had roughly the same kind of triangle. The Treasury would always argue against spending public money on virtually anything. The Foreign Office would swing sometimes one way, sometimes the other, depending on the political situation. ECGD tend to be quite gung-ho. And one point that I don't think comes out fully in the paper is that North Korea actually got a good deal. ECGD medium-term credit was quite a prize. A lot of the countries that were obviously not quite in the same boat as North Korea, but which had big political question marks hanging over them, only got short-term credit. So credit up to deals running to 6 months. Medium-term credit up to 5 years, £2 million. The North Koreans did okay. The normal cast of characters within Whitehall, as you point out, also the inevitable gang of businessmen arguing for more liberal terms of trade, greater government support. This happens in all marginal markets in the 1960s going into the 1970s. What is unusual about the characters playing out the drama over North Korea is that the 48 group were much less prepared to work with government than the trade lobby groups were for other countries. They were much more confrontational. They were frankly quite difficult to work with. And even when I started to work on parallel issues, one of my first jobs in the Foreign Office was dealing with Taiwan, where there were similar issues in many ways. The 48 group were regarded as just a strange bunch of characters by most people in Whitehall. You point out that this was a time where the UK desperately needed more exports. The economy was very fragile. We were still suffering the long-term effects of the huge expenditures of World War II and the problems that we faced after it. But there's another side to this coin. It was also a time of huge pressures on the UK national budget. The Treasury, cautious at the best of times, was deeply worried about spending any money supporting commercial ventures in countries like North Korea. They clearly felt that they were wasting good money that was desperately needed at home. And if your research can throw it up as it develops, it will be intriguing to know who in the end was right. How many calls were there actually on the ECGD credits? How much government money was taken up supporting this trade? The political tensions, the Foreign Office, as you point out, very worried about upsetting Americans and South Koreans. this was quite a normal situation at the time, and well into the 1970s, the pattern repeated over different countries. You had the same kind of hesitations over Taiwan, which I dealt with, over North Vietnam, over Cuba, over Albania, I seem to recall. And the solution that the Foreign Office was trying to work out, that you could trade with these countries, provided there were no obvious UK government fingerprints on that trade, and provided the trade was kept fairly quiet. This is cookie cutter stuff. This was being done in a range of difficult markets. And one big difference over North Korea is that while the Foreign Office was agonizing over visas for trade delegations, as your paper says, trade delegations obviously a politically difficult aspect of trade, because although you can have discussions in third countries probably quite quietly without the world noticing, bringing a trade delegation in is a much noisier thing to do and will almost certainly attract attention, particularly if the delegates, as I suspect was the case with the North Koreans, insist on traveling on diplomatic or official passports. So visas are difficult. In the middle of all this, of course, we had the Soccer World Cup in England, and the UK was obliged to issue visas to the entire North Korean football squad and all their supporters. And there was a deep intake of breath around Whitehall at the time. And I think the fact that we were able to do this without the sky falling in probably encouraged a more liberal approach to North Korean trade delegations later on. I'm intrigued to know how far this was reflected on the other side. You make the case in your paper that the Russians would have had difficulty trying to dissuade their North Korean allies from trading with the West because they were doing it at the time. But did the North Koreans actually tell the Soviet Union that they were reaching out to the British? Did they tell the Chinese? I kind of suspect that the North Koreans, for parallel but different reasons, were trying to keep their side of the trade as quiet as the UK was trying to keep its side. I wonder what your further delvings in the archives will turn up. The future. You had a look at how far what we found in the 1960s is replicated now, and you point to a number of constraints on the trade between the DPRK and the UK, and for that matter, other Western countries now, with all of which I agree. One big constraint that I don't think your paper brings out is that whereas in the 1960s, as far as we know, the DPRK was at least attempting to trade honestly. Into the 1990s, into the noughties, the DPRK had a terrible reputation for cheating anybody who would trade with it, and particularly for cheating anybody who invested in the DPRK. Horror story after horror story of Western companies being defrauded. One particular example, you showed in your presentation just now a slide of the Musan iron mine. I, at one point, was involved in advising a UK company who were trying to buy a stake in that mine, only to discover that the same stake had actually been sold 3 times to 3 other companies already, and the North Koreans, having cashed that money, were now trying to sell it to a British company. Fraud on a massive scale. Boardrooms still remember the pain that other companies have suffered dealing with North Korea. People talk to each other on the golf course. It'll be a long time, I think, before British companies are interested in dealing with North Korea to the extent that the North Koreans would probably like, even if the political situation does improve to allow greater trade. Don't expect a great rush from the UK. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Everard. That was a really great feedback on the paper itself. And as you mentioned, it was a interesting exploration of who North Korea could have been versus who they are today, and the steep business reputational environment that they would have to overcome in order to try and do trade at any decent level again in the future. So with that, I know we do have one comment in the Q&A, but before that, do we have any questions in the room? Bill, please.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that paper. I'm really very interested in that era, partly because that's when I started working on North Korea. My first paper I remember for the National Intelligence Daily, 1976, North Korea defaults on foreign credit. That was the first sovereign default by a bloc country or by a socialist country. And in that respect, I've, and I might be wrong, I easily could be wrong, but I've often blamed Europe and Britain for causing much of North Korea's current bad behavior. It seemed to me at the time, now one thing I think correction, and you said they defaulted in 86.
Formally.
That's a formal default. They actually were defaulting on all kinds of credits, even letters of credit, 10 years earlier than that, 76. I've blamed Europe and UK for lending money to a country that could not repay it by incredibly bad, weak due diligence. Now you have the interesting point of the triangular trade, the surplus with Japan. That didn't last very long. And obviously what the North Koreans were looking for was credit. And the Europeans easily gave them credit. You're talking mostly about small amounts of government credit, export-import bank kind of credit. But there's also quite a lot of commercial credit. I think about $500 million, a lot. So it's not small amounts of credit given by British banks to North Korean government with not a very good idea, not a very good sense that they would get repaid. So my thought for a long time has been Europe inculcated this idea to the North Koreans they could get away with it because North Korea did for a time get away with it. They never really worked out a bankruptcy workout. They tried, I know they tried, but it's never really been solved. So North Korea, like Ambassador Everett just said, has this huge weight on it of a bankrupt country that's never going away. But, you know, I don't know what your view looking at these loans. The other thing I would remind people at the time, because I was studying them, people like Joan Robinson, very famous Cambridge economist, one of the most famous in the world at the time, was writing all about the wonderful workers' paradise in North Korea. You know, amazing, and in China, really showing what they didn't know about North Korea, what they didn't know about China, but sort of jumping on their socialism, saying this must be great because it's socialist, so we'll lend them the money. I mean, I look at this as a very negative period for British and for European attitudes toward North Korea. So I'm just interested in how you all would.
Thank you, Bill. And Owen, since you can't see in the room, that was Bill Brown. He's the current chair of the North Korea Economic Forum and has a long history in the intelligence community. I'm going to give you a chance to respond to him and Ambassador Everard.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And thanks really especially to Ambassador Everard's comments. I've scribbled down 2-3 pages of notes here. I can't possibly respond to all of it. I'm not even quite sure where to start. I think the point about that you saw from it a DPRK that might have been is a very interesting idea. And I guess what I think Bill was just saying is almost like the inverse of that, you know, like, well, this was the beginning of the rot, or this is where it began to go particularly bad in terms of loans and debt defaults. In terms of this thing about the DPRK that might have been, I mean, we could take the most cynical response to this and say, well, actually, the DPRK was not really seriously interested in in opening itself up and becoming a trading country of Western countries. It was plugging gaps because it couldn't, for various reasons, both political and sort of to do with Soviet economic development, it couldn't get everything it wanted from the Soviet Union and from, say, East Germany and other developed countries within the bloc. So it was turning to fill those gaps. And that's all it is. It's nothing more than that. I think that's the most cynical way. I mean, if you look at it that way, then perhaps there wasn't particularly a different kind of DPRK that could have developed. Although if you look in the 70s, you know, they really did expand even further into trying to trade as well with various countries. It's an interesting point about the inflection point of the Kapsan faction incident. Certainly, I think it is an important inflection point in North Korea's history in terms of that's the point at which what we think when we imagine North Korea now, you know, the monolithic ideological system and all of that stuff that came along with that's when it began, right? Of course, it was not a lovely free country before that either, but the particular form that it's taken seems to come from that period, late 1960s. Very interesting points. Thank you for very interesting points about how this is parallel to how the UK government was dealing with other kind of marginal markets, or marginal economies that it wanted to trade with. The question you asked about how many calls were there for ECGD? Yeah, we really would like to expand a bit later into the 60s and try to find out what happened, but that's so far has proved a bit more difficult. So I think we need to find some other source materials for that. Question about did the North Koreans tell the USSR? What kind of discussions were they having on their side? That's a really interesting question. Natalia, could you speak to that question possibly?
Yeah, sure. Actually, the North Koreans did tell the Soviet Union in the mid-60s that they were trading with Britain, France, Austria, US, Germany, but they didn't disclose many details. They just tried to sort of show up the Soviet Union in the sense that, look, you denied us trade, but we found another avenue to get everything we need. We don't really need you that much. We can get everything we need from the capitalist bloc. So they used it, that information about their trade or expected trade with the Western bloc as a sort of a bargaining chip in negotiations with the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. Unfortunately, I don't have any information on whether the North Koreans told about their trade with the West to the Chinese. So, but I will need to look into that maybe later. But they did tell the Soviet Union about their trade.
That's certainly a rich topic for further research. We have only a few minutes left. There is one question from online. Rachel Lee has asked, it's more of a comment to Matt about your presentation. And she suggests if you have not had a chance to check North Korea's academic journals, you might want to, as they're particularly journals on legal studies, as they started publishing some articles that explicitly acknowledge drug crimes in North Korea in the mid-2020s. So, you know, North Korea rarely mentions drug problems in the country. So the fact that these articles were published could have reflected the seriousness of the problem. Interestingly, timing-wise, these articles were published not only in the midst of the national lockdown, but also in the lead up to the SBA's anti-socialism, non-socialism law enacted in 2020. So the articles may have been a way to support tightening party control. And at that rate, the drug narrative may be viewed from angles other than just the COVID lockdown. Great paper. I know you've had some feedback from Bill and this comment, and I'll give you the last couple minutes to respond.
Rachel, thank you so much for that helpful feedback. And Mr. Newcomb, thank you for your incredibly helpful feedback. I think in your presentation, You did a very good job of showing that narcotics trafficking is not on its own island in terms of the other illicit activities in which North Korea engages, and it's only a small piece of the puzzle. And it's important to look at that holistically just to see the criminal enterprise that's been built and through which North Korea earns so much of that illicit funding. And also going back to Jenny's previous question about the challenges of attribution, it's an excellent question. I know Mr. NEWCOMB mentioned previously some of the forensic analysis, but also going back to the anecdote I related before in my presentation about the roughly 50 incidents in 20 different countries spanning several decades in which North Korean either diplomats or business people were caught red-handed. And I think those are also very important anecdotes to consider when showing North Korea's involvement in this illicit activity. So thank you all.
Great, thanks, Matt. And with that, we are out of time. Let me say, let's thank all of our panelists for their great presentations and discussion today, and thank you all for coming.
Okay. Thank you, Jenny. I'd like to thank all the distinguished speakers for joining us today, especially for those who had to stay up late at night for joining us. And I also like to thank our GW team for putting this together. And of course, thank you all for joining us. With that, let me conclude the 4th North Korea Economic Forum Annual Conference. Thank you.